Chapter 25:17. The Spring Festival is officially over, and a new year's work begins. Brothers, let's work hard together. Go, 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 don't stop. Between the two space-crossing vessels, there was a deep void in the universe. The middle-aged man next to the Grand Elder's son walked out step by step from the bow of the ship into the void. He stepped in the air, displaying an astonishing control of his power. His cultivation level was still at the peak of the third realm, but this move of his surpassed that of Captain Tianfeng and the Wind Wolves bandit leader. This move immediately attracted everyone's attention. It made them feel uneasy and terrified. Immediately, Na Zhen and the others looked at Chunzong. They didn't know if Chunzong could resist this person. If he couldn't, all of them would die. Their hope of survival rested on Chunzong. The middle-aged man's gaze was as cold as lightning. He looked at Chunzong and said, "Come out and fight." Chunzong took a step forward, stepping out of the bow of the ship and into the air. It was as though he was stepping on water, causing faint ripples to appear. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Chunzong unceasingly stepped forward. The air beneath his feet seemed to be corporeal. That casual feeling was extremely shocking. He could do it too. Everyone was shocked. Their hope of survival was magnified several times in an instant. Even a third-realm cultivator could fly for a short period of time. However, it was very difficult to step in the void. It required an astonishing control of one's own power. The middle-aged man suddenly sped up. His footsteps were as fast as rolling wheels. He charged towards Chunzong at an explosive speed. A ghastly saber gleam suddenly appeared and slashed down like lightning. It was as if the saber could split the darkness and shatter the void. Chunzong dodged the saber with a flash. He calmly dodged the saber. At that moment, he unsheathed his sword and stabbed it diagonally. Fight! Fight in close combat! The middle-aged man's saber technique was very advanced. Every saber strike was like a bolt of lightning. From afar, accompanied by the sound of thunder, it was as shocking as the sound of thunder. Compared to the Wind Wolves bandit leader's close combat skills, it was much more advanced. However, Chunzong's swordsmanship was superior, and he soon suppressed his opponent. With the sword in his hand, not only was his opponent's saber unable to break through Chunzong's sword light, but it was also driven and led by the sword light. He had intended to display his superior saber art, but who could have known that he would be suppressed by the other party's swordsmanship instead? Erupt. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man erupted with an extremely tyrannical power. Thunder and lightning wreaked havoc, and lightning exploded in all directions, destroying everything. Chop! The saber light exploded, turning into lightning and striking down. It was a powerful AO Wu that had reached the peak of the 6th level. It was extremely powerful, but to Chunzong now, this level was no longer considered much. Flying swan steps, lightning sword. Chunzong dodged in a flash and counterattacked in a flash. This middle-aged man's cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd realm, but that did not mean that he was very powerful. Both were at the peak of the 3rd realm, but in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, there were people who could not be ranked on the Heavenly General roll, and there were people who could be ranked first on the Heavenly General roll. This was the difference. The middle-aged man's cultivation technique was obviously different from Chunzong's 9 Heavens Breath Gale Annihilation Force. Hence, in terms of cultivation strength, he did not have any advantage over Chunzong. On the contrary, he was at a disadvantage. However, Chunzong controlled his strength and did not exceed the middle-aged man's range. He only fought with his swordsmanship and AO Wu to see if he could find an opportunity for a breakthrough in his swordsmanship. Everything was worth a try. Who knew where the opportunity was? Fight! It was an extremely intense battle. Na Zhen and the others watched anxiously. They did not dare to breathe, as if they were afraid of disturbing Chunzong. The outcome of this battle would determine their life and death. If Chunzong lost, everyone would end up in a terrible state. Even the Hired Sky Beacon team would probably be killed. They were nervous. They were indescribably nervous. From the looks of it, Chunzong and his opponent were evenly matched. It would not be easy to defeat his opponent. It was even uncertain whether he could defeat his opponent. The great elder's son and his men were also watching closely. This battle was of great importance. Is this all you've got? In the midst of the fierce battle, Chun Zong suddenly asked. That's enough to kill you. The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback at first. Then, he flew into a rage and attacked again. This time, the power of his attack was even stronger. It had surpassed the 6th order AO Wu and reached the 7th order AO Wu's level. However, it had not truly reached the 7th order AO Wu's level. If that's the case, go to hell. As soon as Chun Zong finished speaking, his figure flashed. A cold light shot out from his eyes, and his sword pierced through the air. His superb swordsmanship exploded in an instant. Together with a lightning sword, the speed of his sword was unbelievably fast. His figure flashed past like a swan. Blood splattered. The sword pierced through the middle-aged man's forehead, killing him instantly. Kill him. The great elder's son's face suddenly changed. He immediately roared. Behind him, more than a dozen figures wearing dazzling silver armor immediately moved. In an instant, they turned into more than a dozen cold silver lights and shot through the air at an extremely fast speed. These people had cold expressions and a murderous aura. They were carefully trained men of sacrifice. Each of them had a cultivation of the high level or even the peak of the divine aspect realm. They were not afraid of death. They also practiced the art of killing. What they pursued was the simplest and most extreme method of killing. The threat of these men of sacrifice was completely greater than that of the middle-aged man just now. It was extremely terrifying. In fact, these men of sacrifice were secretly trained by the great elder. He secretly gave them to his son to use. This kind of cheating, but the great elder's family tried their best to cover it up and find a suitable way to cover it up. Anyway, as long as they killed Na Zhen and became the successor, what could they do even if they were exposed? The patriarch's position was in their hands. They were not afraid of anything. If the middle-aged man was the first preparation, then these men of sacrifice were the second preparation. They believed that with 2 preparations, they would definitely be able to deal with Na Zhen. From the beginning, Na Zhen and the great elder's son were in an unfair position. Na Zhen did not know much about the great elder's son. However, most of Na Zhen's situation had been investigated clearly. Therefore, if there were no accidents, Na Zhen had lost from the beginning. More than a dozen men of sacrifice, each with an extremely cold, murderous aura, broke through the air in an instant. With a flash of cold light, they were extremely cold. They directly attacked Chun Zong. In just an instant, Chun Zong felt that he was surrounded by more than a dozen men of sacrifice. Every attack was aimed at his blind spots. Moreover, there were no repetitions. They directly covered more than a dozen spots. If it were the middle-aged man, he would have been killed in one move. However, for Chun Zong, it was still nothing. This level of threat was far from enough. With a twist of his body, Chun Zong dodged more than a dozen fatal attacks. He suddenly swung his sword, and the sword light flashed. In an instant, Chun Zong and the men of sacrifice passed each other. In the next moment, blood spurted out from the necks of the men of sacrifice. Their vitality was quickly drained. They turned into corpses and floated in the void. Let's go. The great elder's son's expression changed drastically. He did not hesitate to give the order. Moreover, he quickly left the bow of the ship and entered the cabin. The space-crossing airship started in an instant and left quickly. Chun Zong did not chase after them. After all, he was not the 4th realm and did not have the ability to fly. He could not leave the space-crossing airship for too long. Otherwise, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Therefore, he could only watch them leave. Moreover, the space-crossing airship's speed was much faster than his. After collecting the spoils of war, Chun Zong returned to the sky beacon. Everyone looked at Chun Zong with shock in their eyes. In the beginning, they looked down on Chun Zong. However, they did not expect to encounter the Wind Wolf Bandits first. In the end, Chun Zong had to deal with them. After that, the great elder's son and his group were even stronger. They also needed Chun Zong to deal with them. Brother Chun, I'm lucky to have you. Na Zhen was very emotional. Mission. Chun Zong's reply was neither cold nor warm. Although Na Zhan was polite in the beginning, he did not think highly of Chunzong. Now that he saw Chunzong's strength, Chunzong did not intend to be friends with Na Zhan. There was no need for that. Then I'll have to trouble you from now on. Na Zhan was more tactful and did not get angry. Instead, he said sincerely, I can't thank you enough. The captain of the sky beacon walked up and said seriously, in the future, if there's anything you need me to do, just tell me. I won't refuse. We'll talk about the future in the future. This journey is not over yet. Chunzong said unhurriedly. His meaning was clear. The other party would not give up so easily. They might not be able to stop the next attack. Damn it, damn it, damn it. On the space-crossing airship, the Great Elder Sun was very angry. He had made 2 preparations, but in the end, both failed. It was completely unexpected. Who knew that Na Zhan would be so lucky to be able to hire a terrifying expert to escort him? Young master, now we only have one last method left. The middle-aged man with a goatee narrowed his eyes and said unhurriedly, Speak. The young master snorted angrily. At this time, they were still deliberately mystifying things, which made him very unhappy. However, he had to be patient if he wanted to rely on them. If they really hired an expert to escort them, then we'll also hire an expert to kill them. The middle-aged man with a goatee touched his goatee and smiled. Nonsense. The young master was furious. Who didn't know? Young master, don't worry. The expert that Na Zhan hired is not ordinary. Therefore, we need to hire an even stronger expert. The man with the goatee continued smiling. As far as I know, Fei Luo appeared on an island in the Thundercloud continent not long ago. Let's go find him. Fei Luo. The young master thought for a moment, and his expression changed. Is it that subdivine general expert? Yes, it's that subdivine general expert. He's very strong and easy to hire. You just need to pay him enough. The man with the goatee narrowed his eyes and smiled. Okay, let's go find Fei Luo. The young master clenched his teeth. He knew a little about Fei Luo's reputation. He knew that he was lustful and greedy. As long as the price was enough, he could be hired. Of course, the price to hire a subdivine general expert was not low, but for the position of the head of the family, it was the only way. Chapter 25:18. The sky-crossing airship continued to fly towards the Thunder Firmament continent at its fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. They were even closer to the Thunder Firmament continent. On the sky-crossing airship, Chunzong spent most of his time cultivating in his room. He didn't neglect the cultivation of his techniques, nor did he neglect the comprehension of his swordsmanship and other aspects. In addition, he didn't neglect the cultivation of the 33 layered heavens of mind. Now, Chunzong had cultivated the 18th layer of the 33 layered heavens of mind and condensed 18 heart palaces. However, in the universe, the heart palaces couldn't perform as well as before and could only be empty. However, the cultivation of the 33 layered heavens of mind had strengthened Chunzong's mental strength and recovery speed, allowing the Heart Sutra to last longer. Now, Chunzong could barely open the 7 hearts intent realm. His cultivation was still at the high level of the divine phase realm, and it was difficult to reach the peak of the divine phase realm. His swordsmanship was still the basic swordsmanship, and he hadn't found the opportunity to break through. However, overall, Chunzong had made progress. In the past half a year, everything was peaceful. They didn't encounter any bandits, and the Great Elder Sun didn't appear again. However, Chunzong had a feeling that the Great Elder Sun would definitely appear again. Before they reached the Thunder Firmament continent, the Great Elder Sun would definitely not give up because of the competition for the Patriarch's position. Moreover, the next attack would definitely be more terrifying than the previous one. A storm was coming. Everyone's heart wasn't relaxed at all. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. Counting the time, it had already been 1 year and 2 months since they set off. In another 10 months or so, they would reach the Thunder Firmament continent. Chunzong, who was cultivating in silence, suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, he walked out of the room and walked towards the deck. He stood at the bow of the ship and looked over. Brother Chun, what happened? Najun also noticed Chunzong's movement and hurriedly came out to ask. The captain of Tianfeng also quickly walked over. "They're here." Chunzong's words seemed to come out of nowhere, but Zhun and Tianfeng's expressions suddenly changed. Not long after, another flying ship flew over. It looked familiar, and there were a few people standing at the bow of the ship. Two of them looked very familiar: the son of the great elder and the man with the goatee beside him. Sure enough, they attacked again. In addition, there was also a young man wearing a light red robe with many smoke-like patterns on it. It was impossible to tell the young man's actual age. There was a somewhat evil look on his face, and he was hugging beauties on both sides, as if he was indulging in the flowers. "Lord Fei Luo, please act and kill those people." The great elder son immediately bowed to the evil-looking young man and pointed to the space-crossing airship. "Sure." The evil-looking young man smiled evilly. His hands immediately slid down and grabbed a handful of the beauty's perky buttocks. After that, he placed it at the tip of his nose and sniffed it. An intoxicated expression appeared on his face as he said, "Fragrant. Beauties, after I kill them, I'll come and take care of you." As soon as he finished speaking, Fei Luo leaped up. As his robe fluttered, the smoke-like patterns also fluctuated and his primordial spirit Dharma power was revealed. His entire person looked like a wisp of smoke that floated out. He looked light, but his speed was extremely fast. He flew out of the space-crossing airship at an astonishing speed and flew towards Tianfeng. In the entire Tianfeng, only Chunzong could fight him. "You must be a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court." Fei Luo appeared not far away from Chunzong, a devilish smile still on his face. As his gaze swept over the bracelet on Chunzong's wrist, he immediately laughed and said, "Make your move. Let me see what's so special about a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court." Chunzong's eyes narrowed. His intuition told him that this person was very strong and was a great threat to him. Compared to before, he was much stronger. Chunzong had a feeling that he did not know if he could defeat him. Chunzong was unmoved. Instead, he stared at his opponent. He felt that his opponent's body was full of flaws. However, Chunzong did not really think so. Once he made his move, those flaws would disappear. To a certain extent, those flaws were like bait. In the next moment, there was a flash of sword light. Chunzong unsheathed his sword and pierced through the air. This sword directly pierced towards one of Fei Luo's flaws. It was not that Chunzong had been baited, but that he had done so deliberately. As long as he made his move, his opponent's flaw would disappear. Once it disappeared, it would change. Once it changed, it might reveal a real flaw. And as long as a real flaw appeared, with his excellent swordsmanship, he had a good chance of catching it. As expected, the moment Chunzong made his move, Fei Luo's flaw disappeared instantly. His body swayed and rose up like a wisp of smoke, avoiding Chunzong's attack. At the same time, a cold light rushed out of the smoke and directly attacked without mercy. Chunzong's scalp went numb in an instant. His hair stood on end. That feeling. In an instant, Chunzong changed his swordsmanship and blocked the attack of the cold light. However, he felt that the power dissipated at the moment of contact, as if it had no strength at all. That feeling made Chunzong feel even more uncomfortable. Immediately, another wisp of smoke drifted over. A cold light flashed in it. It was extremely dazzling like a blade. It was extremely terrifying. After Chunzong dodged it, he made another move with his sword. It pierced through the smoke and gave him that feeling of powerlessness again. That feeling was not pleasant at all. He thought that his opponent was real, but in the end, it turned into an illusion, causing him to misuse his strength. Although you have some strength, compared to me, you're still too weak. I advise you to admit defeat and die a better death. In the smoke, a voice sounded. It seemed to come from all directions into Chunzong's ears. He could not tell the direction. Chunzong did not answer. He only increased his strength. The power of his swordsmanship became stronger and stronger, and the speed of his sword became faster and faster. He cut the smoke into pieces and scattered it. "Oh, you have hidden your strength. Show it all. Otherwise, you will die a regretful death. In the smoke, the mocking voice sounded again and reached Chunzong's ears. Indeed, if he did not show his true strength, it would be impossible. Explode. In an instant, Chunzong's primordial spirit Dharma power grew from the original size of 5 feet to 8 feet. The power and aura it emitted became more and more shocking and powerful. An extremely domineering aura also spread out. In an instant, it rushed into the sword in Chunzong's hand and gathered there. The dark green sword radiance was extremely bright. The sword slashed down. It was the slash of the divine wind. This sword had reached the level of an 8th order AO Wu. Its power was even more shocking. It was extremely domineering and cruel, as if it could cut through everything. Everyone's expression changed when the sword came out. No one had expected that Chunzong had not used his full strength before. The power that he had burst out now was extremely shocking. The sword of an 8-foot Dharma power, an 8th order AO Wu, was extremely powerful and domineering. It immediately cut Philo's smoke into pieces. It was really cut into pieces and not just a small part of it like before. As the smoke dispersed, Philo's figure reappeared 100 meters away. There was less playfulness on his face and more seriousness. The strength that Chunzong had burst out in that instant had also surprised him. Of course, he was only surprised. Not bad. You actually have such strength. Is indeed unexpected. Philo smiled again and said, "However, I am an expert of the subdivine general level. Your strength is still not enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Philo's primordial spirit Dharma power instantly expanded to a size of 90 feet. Like a cloud of smoke, it surged endlessly and wrapped around Philo's body in an instant. Then, as if a gust of wind had blown past, it dispersed immediately. Subdivine general level. Chunzong's heart sank slightly. Subdivine general level. This was a title and a classification. It still referred to the level of the 3rd realm, but it was many times more powerful than the ordinary 3rd realm. In the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, there was a ranking for the 3rd realm, the Heavenly General ranking. In fact, it was not only the 9 Heavens Imperial Court that had a ranking like the Heavenly General ranking. There were also similar rankings in other forces. Especially in some major forces, the Heavenly General ranking was a necessary ranking. So where did the Heavenly General ranking come from? It was an imitation. In the universe, there were several ranking lists. One of them was called the Heavenly General ranking. Those listed on the Heavenly General ranking were the most powerful 3rd realm experts in the universe. All of them were extremely powerful. The Heavenly General ranking was modeled after the Heavenly General ranking. There were also 9,999 names on the Divine General's roll. Of course, the Divine General's roll was for the 3rd realms of the entire universe, while the Heaven General's roll was for the 3rd realms of a major force. Comparing a major force to the entire universe was like comparing a firefly to the blazing sun, like comparing a speck of dust. As a result, the difference between the Heavenly General ranking and the Divine General ranking was indescribably huge. Even if the Divine General ranking had 10 times more people than the Heavenly General ranking, the value of the Divine General ranking was far from what the Heavenly General ranking could compare to. In the entire universe, there were only 9,999 names on the Heavenly General ranking. However, in the entire universe, there were countless 3rd realm experts. It was impossible to calculate. Being listed on the Heavenly General ranking was an unparalleled honor. It was said that one could even receive the blessings of the universe. Any ambitious divine aspect realm expert would want to be listed on the Heavenly General ranking. Unfortunately, it was difficult to achieve. However, among those people, there were still some very powerful experts who were very close to being listed on the Heavenly General ranking. These people were collectively known as sub-Heavenly Generals, which meant that they were slightly weaker than the experts on the Heavenly General ranking. According to Chunzong's knowledge, there were very, very few people listed on the Heavenly General ranking in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. In fact, there were not many sub-Heavenly Generals either. He did not expect to meet a sub-Heavenly General expert here and even become his opponent. There were many thoughts in his mind, but they were extremely fast. They flashed by in an instant. A surge of excitement erupted for no reason and lingered endlessly in Chunzong's heart. An expert, an opponent. This Fei Luo was undoubtedly a strong opponent. Perhaps he could give him enough pressure. Perhaps he could help him comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao of sword techniques in a life-and-death situation. Fight! Chunzong attacked without hesitation. His sword pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. It was the 8th order Ao Wu's windbreak. Fei Luo was slightly taken aback. Then, a mocking expression appeared on his face. He did not expect that after knowing that he was a sub-heavenly general expert, not only was the other party not afraid, he even dared to attack again. His courage was commendable. Baidu Search Xing 81 Chinese Network. No advertising message. Chapter 25:19. The smoke spread in all directions, making Fei Luo's body extremely light and greatly extending the time he could stay in the void of the universe. Chunzong also activated the annihilation force of the 9-heaven breath gale to the extreme, and his body became as light as the wind. Fight! Fight fiercely! The mist effused out and transformed into numerous cold, glowing blades that tore through the sky, and every single one of them contained extremely terrifying might. It was horrifying, and it caused Chunzong's expression to become heavy. At the same time, he felt indescribable excitement. Blood boiling. This was a real opponent. Break out. Under Chunzong's activation, even the refining divine form was displayed. It also reached a height of 8 feet, and the Dharma form of the primordial spirit seemed to have become the shadow of the refining divine form. It looked indescribably mysterious. You have 2 divine forms. Fei Luo was surprised, but he looked just surprised, not shocked. Perhaps he had seen the 2 deities before. Chunzong didn't know whether it was true or not, and he didn't think much about it. Chunzong could only compete with him when he used all his strength. Fierce cut of divine wind, extreme break of wind, traceless wind, howl of the wind. These 4 Ao Wu moves were all upgraded to the 8th level by Chunzong, and their power was more powerful and shocking than before. However, such strength couldn't do anything to Fei Luo. Fei Luo's body and divine form turned into smoke, as if they didn't have a physical body. No matter how Chunzong attacked, he couldn't hit him. However, Chunzong was sure that Fei Luo didn't really have a physical body. It was only because he was too clever that Chunzong had this feeling. Otherwise, if he really didn't have a physical body and didn't fear Chunzong's attacks, he wouldn't have to dodge. Chunzong attacked while thinking. He activated the 7 essences of One Heart Sutra to make himself more comprehensive. Where did this guy come from? How could he fight with Fei Luo, a master at the divine general level? The great elder son was incomparably shocked and furious, and then became even more displeased. Why was he so lucky, actually being able to invite such an expert to escort him? Don't worry, young master. In my opinion, although that person is strong, Fei Luo hasn't used his full strength yet, Goatee said with a smile. You should be honored to have me use my full strength. Philo's voice came from all directions. The moment she finished speaking, the smoke surged and swiftly spread out, filling up the entire area. Chunzong was trapped in the smoke. Soon, many figures stepped out of the smoke. Philo. Those figures were all Philos. There were a total of 5 of them. Every Philo had the same expression. They had a mocking smile on their faces and held a gray dagger in their hands. Wisps of smoke curled around the dagger. The 5 fellows all had the same aura. They immediately surrounded Chunzong and attacked him at an extremely fast speed. Chunzong was horrified. The killing intent of the 5 fellows was the same. It was as if they were real and not illusions. With the development of his horizons and the accumulation of knowledge, Chunzong also knew that there were some secret techniques in the universe that could create clones in a short period of time. Each clone had a certain combat strength, and even those high-level secret techniques could have the same combat strength as the original body. In an instant, Chunzong was facing the attack of 5 fellows. Moreover, their attacks were all real and brought a strong threat to Chunzong. All of a sudden, Chunzong fell into a dangerous situation. Burst, graceful lightning. Chunzong displayed a more powerful 9th order AO Wu. The sword light was as fast as lightning. It was incomparably fast. It was obviously faster than the windbreak. The sword pierced out and directly defeated one of the fellows. However, the other 4 fellows arrived in an instant. Chunzong waved his sword to block, but he was still hit. Fortunately, Chunzong had already cultivated the 9 mysterious body protection technique to the 6th level. It formed 6 layers of protection and was not broken in an instant. In the smoke, another fellow stepped out and formed another 5 fellows to attack Chunzong. Siege. In an instant, Chunzong was besieged by 5 fellows. Every fellow was not only real, but also had amazing strength. The fighting skills they displayed were amazing. Every attack was extremely dangerous and terrifying. Kill. Chunzong was in a difficult battle. Even if he killed a fellow, it was not a true death. A new fellow would walk out from the smoke. Using graceful lightning continuously, Chunzong's strength was quickly consumed. In order to conserve his strength, he could only reduce the frequency of using AO Wu. At the same time, he held a piece of Cosmos God Crystal in his left hand and operated the 9 Heavens Breath Wind Annihilation Force with all his strength. He tried his best to recover his strength. In the 2nd realm, Cosmos God Crystals were merely wealth. At the 3rd realm, one could absorb the energy within Cosmos God Crystals to assist in cultivation or to recover one's strength. Compared to Chunzong, Fellow's strength was more vigorous because his cultivation was already at the peak of the deity phase realm. Furthermore, he had been at the peak of the deity phase realm for many years. He had increased his strength to a level where it could not be increased any further. He was more than twice as vigorous as Chunzong. Time after time, even though he had the energy of Cosmos God Crystals to absorb and recover, he still could not keep up with the consumption. Gradually, Chunzong's 9 profound protection technique began to be broken, and he was truly injured. In terms of overall strength, Fellow was stronger than Chunzong because Fellow grasped 3 9 AO Wu techniques. His cultivation was stronger, and his deity phase had reached 90 zhang. He was only left with 20% of his strength. If he used graceful lightning, he could still kill Fellow, but it would only kill the secret technique avatar and not Fellow's true body. It was also impossible to exhaust Fellow's strength and make his secret technique lose its effect because his opponent's strength was clearly much more vigorous than his. He could not win in a battle of attrition. In the end, Chunzong could only conserve his strength even more. Instead of using AO Wu, he used his sword techniques. He used his sword techniques together with the Heart Sutra to fight against the enemy. It was very difficult for him to resist, and his body was constantly being slashed. Fortunately, Chunzong was weakened by the 9 Heavens General Robe and the defense of the 9 Profound Protection Technique, so his injuries were not that serious. But if his injuries continued to accumulate, it would be very unfavorable for Chunzong. Chunzong did not seem to notice anything, and continued to use his sword techniques. Suddenly, Chunzong made a decision that might put him in a desperate situation and kill him. He stopped the Heart Sutra. Under the Heart Sutra, Chunzong could pay more attention to all the movements around him. He could notice Fellow's attack and dodge better to avoid being hit and reduce the damage he received. But if he stopped the Heart Sutra, Chunzong would lose one of his advantages, and his disadvantage would be directly magnified. However, Chunzong's reason for doing so was to put himself in a desperate situation and to find the trigger under the great terror in the desperate situation. Just like when he fell into the illusion of the illusory Sword King Mo Wui. The dagger flashed with an extremely sharp cold light, and in an instant it pierced through the air and slashed again, leaving a scratch on Chunzong's body. Chunzong was completely at a disadvantage in the fierce battle. In the eyes of others, defeat was only a matter of time. It was as if he was struggling in vain. The defensive power of the 9 Profound Protection Technique was not bad, But once it was broken, it needed to draw on one's own strength to recover. And now, Chunzong's strength had been greatly depleted, and it was not enough to recover the 9 profound protection technique. So Chunzong's defense was greatly weakened. With a puff, Chunzong was injured again. A wound appeared on his body, and blood sputtered out. Chunzong did not seem to notice anything, as if it was not his own body that was injured, but someone else's body. Strike, defend, counterattack. 1 against 5, the fierce battle continued. This was a battle of life and death, a battle that would not end until one of them died. The disciples of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court are nothing more than this. While attacking Chunzong, Philo mocked him. 5 voices sounded at the same time, penetrating Chunzong's ears from all directions, constantly disturbing Chunzong. But Chunzong was unmoved. After stopping the Heart Sutra, his whole spirit was in an indescribably high-intensity state of concentration. The injuries on his body did not make Chunzong uncomfortable or affect his state. On the contrary, the pain stimulated Chunzong's spirit even more condensed. Everything seemed to have disappeared. The sword. There was only the sword in his heart. Only the sword. Only the sword. Unconsciously, an indescribable and mysterious feeling arose spontaneously. The sword in his hand seemed to be more compatible with his hand, and also more compatible with his heart. But there was still something missing, and he could not really find that feeling and burst out. Chunzong's expression did not change at all. There's only a kind of calmness, so calm that it was as if he was indifferent to everything. Indifferent to his own life. Disregarding his own life and death. He wholeheartedly devoted himself to the sword, using his spirit and even his life to explore the mysteries of swordsmanship. If one learns the truth in the morning, one can die in the evening without regrets. A cold light flashed across his neck, and in an instant blood splattered out, droplets of blood rolling in the void. At that moment, Chunzong slightly avoided his vital parts, or else his neck might really have been slit open and he would have been killed on the spot. Even so, Chunzong's expression did not change at all. It was as if he had lost all his emotions, and there was no so-called joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. This state was clearly different from the one in Mo Wui's illusion, but Chunzong did not resist at all. Instead, he immersed himself in it. That feeling became clearer and stronger little by little. Touched, like a heartbeat, it became clearer and stronger. Chunzong could hear it clearly, like the beating of a drum. Thump, 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 thump. The heart beat vigorously, as if it was going to jump out of Chunzong's chest. The 8 divine marks of the heart Tao also fluctuated, as if they were given a unique life, as if they were going to come alive. They fluctuated with the beating of the heart, as if they were resonating. Enough playing, it's time to end it. Fei Luo's mocking voice came from all directions, penetrating into Chunzong's ears and rushing into his mind. An astonishing murderous intent exploded in an instant, as if thousands of years of ice had exploded. In an instant, the 5 figures of Fei Luo intertwined, reaching the limit, and once again turned into a cloud of smoke. In the smoke, a cold light bloomed, reaching the limit, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying murderous intent. 9th Order AO Wu Killer Move. This move directly pierced Chunzong's heart, and it was a sure kill move. Chunzong's hair stood on end, and at the same time, that feeling was magnified by more than 10 times, directly exploding. Chapter 25:20. The cold light was dazzling, and the murderous intent was endless. His subconscious sense of danger completely exploded. His hair stood on end, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. At that moment, Chunzong felt as if his body had been frozen by ice for thousands of years. He was so stiff that he could not move. The cold light seemed to come from behind, but it was just an illusion. In reality, it came from the front, directly stabbing at Chunzong's heart. It wanted to pierce through his heart and take his life. In an instant, A spot of sword light condensed in Chunzong's eyes. It turned into sword light and condensed into the shape of a sword, releasing an incomparably sharp aura. The aura was extremely shocking. Immediately after, the 8 divine glyphs of the heart path also flew up in an instant, like dragons and snakes slithering in the void. The 9 sword glyphs also flew up, transforming into sharp swords that crossed the sky, entangling with the 8 divine glyphs of the heart path. Fusion. The divine glyphs of the heart path and the divine glyphs of the sword path actually approached each other and began to fuse. Among them, the 8 divine glyphs of the sword path and the 8 divine glyphs of the heart path had begun to fuse into one. The aura that spread out was even more mysterious, vast, and domineering. Immediately after, the 8 divine glyphs of the great path that had begun to fuse fell, landing between the eyebrows of Chunzong's primordial spirit dharma power like a brand. It was very clearly visible. The 9 sword glyphs returned to Chunzong's brow. Power. An extremely domineering power of the great path that was even more powerful than the power of 3 great paths combined spread out from the 8 new divine glyphs of the great path. It covered the primordial spirit dharma power and emitted a faint halo. In the blink of an eye, facing Philo's fatal blow, Chunzong's transformation was completed in an instant. It was not even 1,000th of a second. Just as Philo's blow touched Chunzong's robe, it would pierce through the robe in the next instant, piercing Chunzong's chest and directly piercing his heart. A streak of cold light flashed through the air like a bolt of lightning. It was inconceivably fast, but it also gave off an inconceivably mysterious feeling. It directly pointed out, perfectly hitting the tip of Philo's sure-kill short blade. The collision directly emitted an extremely shocking sharp sound that seemed to tear apart everything. It caused Chunzong's 9 heavens general robe to be instantly torn into a palm-sized piece. The flesh at his chest was also torn apart, causing fresh blood to spurt out. However, he was not pierced through and his heart was not injured. Although that stroke of genius did not really block Philo's killing move, it did shift the attack a little in an instant, giving Chunzong some time to dodge. Even if there was a bloody wound, it was better than having his heart pierced. Even with Chunzong's strength, once his heart was pierced, he would most likely be on the verge of death. Even if he didn't die, he would lose most of his strength and be at the mercy of others. However, that was not the case now, because Chunzong grasped the moment of inspiration at the critical moment and made a breakthrough. That was the breakthrough that Philo was pursuing under the great thread of life and death. The fusion of the 2 great path powers was much more powerful than superposition. Its power was even more powerful. Chunzong also had a strange feeling. He did not need to look with his eyes. He could see everything around him just by touching his heart. With the sword in hand, his heart was in his body. His body and mind were as one. His heart and sword were as one. It was a strange feeling. It was as if everything around him was under his control. With the sword in hand, nothing could break through. Philo was very surprised that her killing move was blocked. Her opponent should not have been able to block this move and would have been directly pierced through. In an instant, Philo once again split into 5 and continued to attack, surrounding Chunzong. Although she was a master at the subdivine general level, stronger than Chunzong, Chunzong's tenacity was too amazing. Even if he was attacked many times and injured many times, he was still extremely tenacious and showed no signs of being defeated. This was unbelievable to Philo. If it were an opponent of similar strength to Chunzong, she would have probably killed him. Now it seemed that Chunzong had made a breakthrough in some aspect. He was actually able to block her killing move. Chunzong directly closed his eyes and did not look. This made Philo very angry. Was he looking down on her? Explode. Philo burst out with even more terrible killing intent. The 5 Philos madly attacked. Their short blades intertwined into a cold light, densely packed, as if weaving a net of blades. This was another amazing killing move. It seemed that she was going to put Chunzong to death by 1,000 cuts. But in an instant, Chunzong, with his eyes closed, did something incredible. His body swayed like a willow in the wind. His feet gently stepped around. His footsteps seemed scattered, but there was a kind of indescribable mystery. The sword in his hand was also swung. The seemingly powerless sword actually contained the power of the fusion of two grand daos, and its might was shocking to the extreme. Moreover, every single sword strike seemed casual, but it was actually just right. It was as if it had gone through thousands of calculations, and it actually blocked the cold light from all directions. The power contained in the cold light was amazing. It was more powerful than the power contained in Chunzong's swordsmanship. However, Chunzong's swordsmanship seemed to have broken through a shackle and reached a higher level. The technique of borrowing force to exert force was also pushed to the extreme. Countless tiny, sharp, and short sounds rang out incessantly, like the sound of countless steel balls falling on an iron plate. There was an indescribable elegance to it. The silver light was dazzling and magnificent, like countless resplendent stars, and also like a strange meteor shower. Looking from afar, it was enchanting, but it was also filled with an incomparably shocking, cold, killing intent. He blocked it. Philo's killing move was once again blocked by Chunzong. Hundreds of cold and terrible knife light were not missed. None of them hit Chunzong's body. That's impossible. Philo screamed. His face changed greatly. He was a master of the subdivine general level. The power that Chunzong had shown before was obviously not so. How could he block his killing move twice? If the first time was luck, then the second time would not be luck. In an instant, the sword light surged. It was like the rolling waves of a river. It directly attacked to one side. That was where Philo's real body was. How could his real body be discovered? In shock, Philo immediately waved his short knife, interweaving a dense cold light. Up until now, even if his power was more powerful than Chunzong's, he had consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, this time, he did not use the AO Wu, but an ordinary attack. But as soon as they touched, Philo immediately felt the power contained in his opponent's sword. It was very terrifying. He felt that his opponent's every sword move was as powerful as the AO Wu. Windbreak. The sword broke through the air in an instant. The speed of the sword had surpassed the level of the 8th order AO Wu. It had reached a new level. Philo's face suddenly changed. His figure flashed and turned into a cloud of smoke. He quickly drifted away, but there were still drops of blood dripping in the smoke. Go! Philo turned into smoke and rushed into the space-crossing airship. He immediately shouted in a shrill voice. He was afraid. Chunzong's performance was too terrifying. At first, he was obviously not a match for him. He was suppressed by him, but in the middle of the battle, he broke through and became stronger. He even injured him. It was not rare to have a breakthrough in the middle of battle. However, anyone who could break through in the middle of a battle must have extraordinary talent and potential. After the breakthrough, Chunzong's strength had definitely reached the subdivine general level. He was not inferior to Philo. If he continued to fight, he would consume a lot of energy. It was not good for Philo. Philo's greed and lust were his characteristics. When he saw that the situation was not good, he would immediately escape. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach where he was today. Philo had the upper hand, suppressing Chunzong and injuring Chunzong continuously. However, the situation was reversed in an instant. Philo was injured and fled. Go quickly! The son of the great elder reacted quickly. He immediately screamed, afraid that Chunzong would chase after him. The space-crossing airship immediately started and left quickly. Chunzong did not chase after him. In this battle, he had almost exhausted all his energy. He did not have the strength to chase after him. However, his opponent was scared out of his wits. Seeing that his opponent immediately started the space-crossing airship and flew away, Chunzong also moved and returned to the sky beacon. Brother Chun. Na Jun immediately greeted him with a face full of excitement. He did not expect that the mission he issued would be accepted by a subdivine general expert to escort him. It was really an honor. Under normal circumstances, with Na Jun's ability, he would not be able to hire a sub-divine general expert, to work for him. Shenzong nodded. He did not pay attention to them. Instead, his figure flashed, and he immediately entered the room. There were many injuries on his body. There were at least 30 wounds all over his body. However, none of them were fatal. They just looked a little scary. Shenzong's physique was strong, and with the help of the pills, the injuries on his body quickly healed. In the end, the 30-plus wounds all disappeared, as if they had never existed. Not even a trace was left behind. The energy he had consumed was also constantly replenished by absorbing cosmos god crystals. Shenzong activated the 7 concepts in One Heart Sutra. While recovering his energy, he also comprehended the feeling just now. The feeling of breaking through the limit and breaking the shackles in an instant was incomparably wonderful and carefree. The feeling of the fusion of the Great Path's power brought about great power. Shenzong was also addicted to it. Carefree, extremely carefree. And now, Shenzong wanted to truly grasp that feeling and truly master it. Just now, he had only just stepped into it. Otherwise, he would have been able to take Na Fei Luo's life. Shenzong knew that feeling. It was the opportunity to break through the basic swordsmanship and step into the great swordsmanship. The opportunity was like a key that had finally appeared in his hands. What he needed to do next was to use the key to open the door and truly step into it to master the true great swordsmanship. This time, what he fused was the power of the Tao of Heart and the power of the sword principles. Naturally, the Great Path sword techniques were also related to the Tao of Heart and the Tao of Sword. Illusory Sword King Mo Wui's sword technique was the illusory sword technique. It was the combination of the Tao of illusion and the Tao of sword. The Great Path sword technique that Shenzong wanted to master was the combination of the Tao of Heart and the Tao of Sword. Therefore, it was called the Heart Sword Technique. It was a simple name, but the meaning behind it was definitely not a small matter. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese Network O. No advertising message. Chapter 25-21. Even a demigod general couldn't do anything to Shenzong. Instead, he was forced to retreat. For a moment, the elder son was at his wit's end. He didn't know what to do. Beside him, the advisor, Goatee, also frowned and thought hard. Inviting Philo to help had already cost them most of their wealth. With the remaining resources, they could invite more experts, but they definitely couldn't invite a demigod general. Moreover, looking at Philo's situation, they were sure that even if they were lucky enough to invite another demigod general, they might not be able to do anything to him. That was because the opponent was also very strong. He seemed to be at the demigod general level. Unless they could invite 2 or 3 demigod general level experts, or even a top demigod general level expert. Demigod general was a general term. There was no clear ranking. However, in everyone's knowledge, demigod generals were divided into ordinary and top demigod generals. Top demigod generals were closer to the divine generals ranking. They were much stronger than ordinary demigod generals. However, top demigod generals were even harder to invite. If there were no special circumstances, they would have no chance at all. Of course, the best thing would be to invite a real expert from the divine generals ranking. Unfortunately, the universe was so big. There were only 9,999 people on the divine generals ranking. If they were spread out, they would become very sparse. It was very difficult to even meet one, let alone meet one. If they wanted to invite one, the price would be immeasurable. What should they do? Should they just give up like this? Give up the fight for the successor position? Impossible. They had put in so much effort and paid such a big price. How could they just give up like this? Otherwise, everything would be in vain and they would suffer great losses. At this time, Philo had also finished adjusting his breath. However, his face was still a bit pale, because in the end, Shenzong stabbed him. Fortunately, he dodged fast enough and quickly retreated. That was why he wasn't killed, but he was still injured. He couldn't accept this. Philo was very unwilling. He didn't want to give up just like this. Don't worry. Since I've taken your benefits, I'll do it again if I fail. Philo's slightly pale face showed a grim smile. I'm going to invite someone. Wait for my news. Hearing Philo's words, the great elder's son and goatee's face lit up. Philo was a demigod general. If he wanted to invite someone, he must be at least a demigod general. If the two demigod generals joined hands, they would definitely be able to kill that person. In the worst-case scenario, they could stall him and then kill Na-Jun. After all, their initial and final goal was to kill Na-Jun and seize the position of successor. Fei Luo left, going to ask for help. Great Elder Son could only hope that Fei Luo could hurry back before that person really reached the family island, intercept, and kill him. On the Heaven Beacon, Chun Zong's injuries had completely healed, and so had his strength. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the peak of the high-level divine aspect realm. He was only a step away from breaking through to the high-level divine aspect realm. Although the battle with Philo was extremely difficult and dangerous, and he had almost been killed, his gains were also very shocking. When one's cultivation reached the peak of the high level of the divine phase realm, the next step would be to break through to the peak of the divine phase realm. At that time, one's strength would increase a bit more. But the greatest gain was the breakthrough in his basic sword techniques. The breakthrough in basic sword techniques brought about shocking significance. It was an increase in the level of sword techniques and also a deeper level of integration of the power of the Great Path. It surpassed the integration of superposition, and its power would be even more powerful and shocking. But now, he was only at the beginning. He had only scratched the surface and crossed the threshold. There was still a long way to go. Chun Zong would sometimes meditate in his room, and sometimes he would go to the deck to practice his sword techniques. This swordsmanship looked like a basic swordsmanship, but it contained a mysterious and indescribable feeling. However, Na-Jun and the others could not understand it. In their eyes, this swordsmanship was still like a basic swordsmanship, but it was more profound. But that was because Na-Jun and the others' martial arts attainments weren't high enough. If a demigod general expert was here, they would definitely be very surprised. Ignoring the others, Chun Zong was completely immersed in the cultivation of Heart Sword. Now, the Heart Sword was only at the beginning. It couldn't even be considered a beginner. Above it, there were still levels of beginner, small success, great success, and perfection. The improvement of each level was focused on the degree of integration of the power of the Great Path. As for the sword technique, there wasn't much progress. After all, Chun Zong had already cultivated basic sword techniques to the extreme. Compared to basic sword techniques, the difference was in the application of the power of the Great Path. With the sword in hand, one's mind was integrated. It felt as if the sword was one's heart, and one's perception of the surroundings had reached a new height. The sword moved according to one's heart. It was not only fast, but also extremely flexible. Moreover, it was as if everything around was under one's control. The sword light could kill anywhere. Unfortunately, there was no suitable opponent. Chun Zong thought of the small sword blade. It had been a while since his consciousness entered the small sword blade, because it was difficult to break through. But now, he could give it another try. After returning to the room and closing the door again, Chun Zong immediately took out the small sword blade and focused on one of the sword patterns. This time, in just 3 short breaths, Chun Zong felt that the patterns on the small sword blade seemed to come alive. His consciousness was also pulled directly into it in an instant. It seemed that the preliminary understanding of the Great Path sword technique had made it easier for Chun Zong's consciousness to enter the small sword blade. Thousands of sword-wielding figures stood there. As Chun Zong appeared, one of them immediately attacked. In the battle quickly, Chun Zong used his sword technique and killed his opponent directly. Kill, kill, kill. Many times in the past, Chun Zong was killed after killing the 999th person. In the process, he was inevitably injured again and again. But this time it was different. Chun Zong directly used the Heart Sword technique. Although it was only a superficial level and hadn't reached the beginner level, it gave Chun Zong an extraordinary perception of the surroundings. That was the perception of the heart. It was as if the heart replaced the eyes and saw through everything. This perception, combined with the Heart Sword technique, seemed to be pushed to a higher level and even more amazing. There were figures all around. Sword light flashed, and the killing intent was faintly discernible, but it kept coming. It seemed that Chunzong would be directly pierced through in an instant like a hornet's nest, but Chunzong's body was like a willow, and his steps were like clouds. It seemed that there was no pattern to speak of. Everything was moving according to his heart. His heart was like a floating cloud, drifting in all directions. His heart was like a cloud, changing constantly. All the sword light that came from all around missed. It was a very strange feeling. While Chunzong avoided the sword light of the figures holding swords around him, he kept waving his sword to match his figure and steps. He performed the unity of body and sword to the extreme. Kill, kill, kill. One sword strike, one kill, one kill. Soon, the number of sword-wielding figures that died under Chunzong's sword exceeded 900 and gradually approached 999. However, Chunzong was not hurt at all. Compared to before, he was much better, because from the beginning until now, Chunzong had been seriously injured. Otherwise, he would not have been killed. That he was not hurt was undoubtedly a very good sign. Perhaps this time, there was hope to crack the secret contained in this small sword blade. The 999th figure holding swords was killed by Chunzong. Chunzong was still not hurt. The heart sword technique was more amazing than he had imagined. It was not only the integration of the power of the Great Path, but also the improvement of the realm. In terms of technique, it was still the same, but it had a higher realm and was more thorough in its application. The 1,000th figure holding swords was killed. There were not many figures holding swords left. Although Chunzong was not hit by the sword and kept fighting back, he still felt very tired. However, Chunzong was so tenacious that he could continue to hold on. Perhaps, as long as he killed all the figures holding swords, he could crack the secret. Of course, this small sword blade might not contain any secret. It was just a practice of swordsmanship. Chunzong did not know what was going on. Anything was possible. He would have to wait until all the sword-wielding figures were killed before he could find out. 1, 2, 3. One by one, the figures holding swords were defeated by the sword. In the end, there were less than 10 figures holding swords left. Chunzong held a sword in his hand. Although he felt very tired, he also had an indescribable motivation. Kill. His figure flashed, and his heart sword was as one. Like a flash of lightning, he attacked in an instant. The 9 figures holding swords also burst out an amazing killing intent. Sword light broke through the air and came from all directions, as if aiming at Chunzong's weakness. However, in that instant, Chunzong's figure and footsteps merged into one. He was like a streak of flowing light, yet also like a piece of floating cloud. He dodged in an instant, shuttling through the opponent's sure-kill sword light. The sword light streaked past like wings. Kill. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Standing with his sword in hand, Chunzong's face was a little tired, but there was also some indescribable excitement and a sense of accomplishment. More than 1,000 figures holding swords were finally killed. It took a lot of time and energy to do so. In that case, what exactly was the mystery behind all of this? Or was there no secret? Immediately, strands of sword chi permeated the air, rising up from the ground. Under Chunzong's vigilant gaze, there were over 1,000 strands of sword chi, which was the same as the number of sword-wielding figures from before. Over 1,000 strands of sword chi shot out in the same direction, colliding with each other. However, they did not disperse. Instead, they intertwined, fused, and slowly expanded. In the end, a figure condensed from sword chi appeared before Chunzong. The figure didn't look very clear, but Chunzong could still make out the figure's appearance clearly. It was an old man with an ordinary appearance. If he was placed in a crowd, it would be difficult for him to attract attention. However, his appearance meant that he was not ordinary. Chunzong would not underestimate him in the slightest. The old man, made of sword chi, looked at Chunzong. His eyes were shining as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. Chapter 25-22. Chunzong did not dare to underestimate the ordinary-looking old man. The old man's eyes were calm and deep, like an unfathomable abyss. When he stared at Chunzong, he felt as if he could see through everything and had nowhere to hide. "Junior, I don't know where you came from. It's your fortune to be able to obtain the sword-sharpening token," the old man said. "Being able to see me means that you have passed the test of the sword-sharpening token. Remember, I am the Iron Sword Elder, the 5th Sword Emperor under the Master of Sword-Sharpening Mountain," the old man said slowly. The old man spoke slowly. Every single word seemed to contain an indescribable, mysterious force. It was like a sharp sword piercing through the air and directly piercing into Chunzong's heart. It was like a brand that left a deep impression on him. Sword Emperor. Chunzong was shocked when he heard these two words. 5th realm cultivators were called kings, and only 6th realm cultivators were qualified to be called emperors. This old man was actually a 6th realm cultivator. Although the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was founded by a 7th realm cultivator, the strongest cultivator in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was only at the 6th realm. What shocked Chunzong even more was that this Sword Emperor, who called himself the Iron Sword Elder, was only a subordinate of the Master of Sword-Sharpening Mountain. He was just like a subordinate. Then how amazing was the Master of Sword-Sharpening Mountain? Of course, it was also possible that this Iron Sword Elder was not actually a 6th realm cultivator when he called himself the Sword Emperor. As for whether or not that was the case, Chunzong could not investigate and verify it. Since you have passed the test of the Sword-Sharpening Token, you are qualified to receive the inheritance of Sword-Sharpening Mountain's secret technique. If fate allows it in the future, you can go to Sword-Sharpening Mountain to obtain greater opportunities. As soon as the Iron Sword Elder finished speaking, he pointed a finger. That finger was like an extremely mysterious sword strike from a peerless swordsman. It pierced through the void and the abyss, sweeping everything before it. Chunzong realized that he could not dodge that finger and sword strike at all. In fact, he could not even think of dodging in that instant. He felt as if his thoughts had been imprisoned. Terrifying. There was no doubt that this sword was extremely terrifying. It had locked down space and even thought. Under this sword technique, there was no way to escape or even dodge. One could only be pierced and killed by this sword. However, Elder Ironsword's goal was not to kill Chunzong, but to pass on a secret technique of sword-sharpening mountain to Chunzong. The finger strike contained an indescribable mystery. It hit Chunzong between his eyebrows and entered Chunzong's consciousness through his forehead. In the next moment, Chunzong felt the figure of the Iron Sword Elder in front of him fading away before turning back into sword chi and disappearing in all directions. Everything in front of him was fading and becoming transparent. His consciousness was repelled and returned to his body. This experience seemed to have lasted for a long time, but it was actually very short, less than 2 hours. During this time, Chunzong was not disturbed at all, and the airship did not encounter any attacks. Since nothing had happened, Chunzong did not leave the room. Instead, he began to comprehend the sword-sharpening mountain's legacy that Old Man Ironsword had given him. Sword-sharpening technique. This was the sword-sharpening mountain's secret technique that Old Man Ironsword had imparted to Chunzong. It was a very simple name, but when Chunzong truly comprehended it, he felt extremely astonished and sighed inwardly at its profoundness. Sword-sharpening technique was a secret technique and not a sword technique. Instead, it was an application of energy. The sword-sharpening technique that Chunzong had obtained had 3 layers. Its cultivation method was also very unique. It actually required the consumption of cosmos, deity crystals. After comprehending the profound mysteries within and successfully cultivating it, when executing the first layer, one would absorb the energy of 1,000 Cosmos God crystals to 10,000 Cosmos God crystals and store it within the sword body. When required, it would be activated to display the power it should have. The first layer of sword-sharpening technique could increase one's offensive power by 1-fold after activating it. This increase was an overall increase and was very significant. The moment it was executed, it would consume the energy stored within the sword body. Each time, the energy consumed was equivalent to the energy contained within 1,000 cosmos god crystals. At the second layer, it was even more formidable. It could increase one's overall offensive power by 2-folds. The energy consumed from cosmos god crystals would also increase explosively, starting from 10,000. The third layer would increase one's offensive power by 3-folds. But the consumption of cosmos god crystals was even more shocking, starting from 100,000. If one cultivated the third layer of sword sharpening technique, one could directly increase one's offensive power by 3-folds. This meant that if Chunzong's sword technique, or AO, Wu's offensive power was 1, then under the amplification of the third layer of sword sharpening technique, it could reach 4-folds. Its offensive power would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. But it was too costly. That's right. Cosmos god crystals were equivalent to a common currency in the cosmos. It was money, and the consumption of sword sharpening technique was cosmos god crystals. The first layer of sword sharpening technique required one to execute a sword for 1,000 cosmos god crystals. The second layer of sword sharpening technique required one to execute a sword for 10,000 cosmos god crystals. The third layer of sword sharpening technique required one to execute a sword for 100,000 cosmos god crystals. Burning money. After Chunzong finished comprehending, he was dumbfounded and had a strange expression. This was simply a money-burning secret technique. Could it be that the people of Sword Sharpening Mountain were all extremely wealthy? Was Sword Sharpening Mountain actually an incomparably huge and inexhaustible cosmos god crystal mine? Chunzong counted. Currently, the total amount of cosmos god crystals he had was more than 10,000 and less than 20,000. In other words, if he cultivated the first layer of sword sharpening technique, the amount of cosmos god crystals he had would only be sufficient for him to execute the technique a dozen times. Comprehension. Chunzong rapidly comprehended the technique. Sword sharpening technique couldn't be considered as profound and unfathomable. It was just that the train of thought was extremely mysterious and hard to think of. Hence, it wasn't too difficult for Chunzong to comprehend it with his extraordinary comprehension ability. In addition, he comprehended the Heart Sutra from different angles, increasing the effect by many folds. In just a few hours, Chunzong comprehended the first layer of sword sharpening technique. Of course, Chunzong spent a few hours comprehending the first layer of sword sharpening technique. If it were other third realm cultivators, it might not be the same. It was normal for them to spend 10 times or even a few dozen times more time. After comprehending the first layer of sword sharpening technique, Chunzong immediately took out 1,000 cosmos god crystals and prepared to try cultivating it to see how it went. Comprehending the mysteries was one thing, and truly cultivating it was another. One was equivalent to theory, while the other was equivalent to practice. Only when theory and practice were combined would it be complete. Using his fingers like a sword, the perfect fierce wind energy gathered at his fingertips. It contained an astonishing sword intent and transformed into an incomparably tyrannical sword chi that struck a cosmos god crystal. When that sword chi hit the surface of the cosmos god crystal, it didn't dissipate. Instead, it seeped into the cosmos god crystal in a mysterious way like water and smoke, giving Chunzong a strange feeling. That cosmos god crystal had established a trace of connection with him. That sword chi revolved continuously within the cosmos god crystal, absorbing the cosmos god crystal. The energy essence of the cosmos god crystal strengthened his body. Approximately a moment later, that strand of sword chi became much stronger. The energy essence within the cosmos god crystal was basically absorbed, leaving behind only impurities. As a result, that cosmos god crystal looked much dimmer and was covered with grayish-black stripes. Out! With a low shout, Chunzong formed seals with both hands. In an instant, he activated the sword chi within the cosmos god crystal. With a kacha sound, The Cosmos God crystal seemed to be struck by an invisible sword, causing a crack to appear. That crack rapidly extended, and that strand of sparkling and translucent sword chi shot out in an instant. It was like a strike from a peerless swordsman. It directly broke through the Cosmos God crystal and shot towards Chunzong. Chunzong guided it with his fingers. That strand of sword chi coiled around his fingers like a spirit. Interestingly, that strand of sword chi was fine and pure to the extreme. It was also very gentle and didn't seem to possess any offensive power. Chunzong continuously sent out strand after strand of sword chi into the Cosmos God crystals. He absorbed the energy essence within the Cosmos God crystals before breaking through the crystals. There was a total of 1,000 strands of sword chi, and those 1,000 Cosmos God crystals shattered one after another. The 1,000 strands of fine and pure sword chi were condensed by Chunzong. His index and middle fingers joined together like a sword, bringing along an astonishingly pure sword chi. They drew out an extremely mysterious trajectory. They were as light and agile as a gentle breeze brushing past a willow tree. They were also as natural as moving clouds and flowing water. The moment the sword fingers landed on the sword body, it was like a huge hammer carrying a force of 10,000 caddies suddenly smashing down. It let out an astonishing sound like a thunderous roar. However, that sound couldn't be heard from the outside. It was as if that sound was illusory. Only Chunzong could feel it and not hear it. After the sword fingers, which had condensed the essence of 1,000 strands of sword chi, came into contact with the sword body, it seemed to be heavier than 10,000 caddies. It was as if they were carrying a huge sword mountain, making it difficult for them to move. This feeling made Chunzong secretly amazed. In the next moment, Chunzong's sword fingers moved across the sword body. They moved from the sword pool to the sword edge, inch by inch. For every inch of movement, Chunzong felt as if he had to exhaust all of his strength. It was very difficult, but there was also a strange feeling that his strength hadn't been exhausted. At the same time, for every inch of movement of his sword fingers, a strand of the essence of sword chi would be integrated into the sword body. It was like a thin stream flowing continuously. Along with the movement of his sword fingers, the essence of sword chi was constantly integrated into the sword body and lay dormant. About an hour later, Chunzong's sword finger finally moved from the sword pool to the tip of the sword. When the sword finger moved past the tip of the sword, the essence of the sword chi condensed on the sword finger was completely integrated into the sword body. The moment the sword fingers left the sword body, Chunzong felt relaxed. The heavy feeling of carrying a sword mountain completely disappeared. His strength wasn't consumed either. In fact, what was consumed was the essence of sword chi extracted from the 1,000 universe divine crystals. No, it should be said that it wasn't consumed, but integrated into the sword. The essence of sword chi was completely integrated into the sword body. Chunzong carefully sensed it and found that there was a gentle and extremely pure sword chi that didn't seem to have any offensive power lying quietly in the sword body. It was as if it was in a deep sleep. That slumbering wisp of sword chi wouldn't cause any influence. Only when it was awakened and activated could the secret method of sword sharpening skill be used to increase the power of the attack. According to sword sharpening skill, this kind of amplification could not only increase the power of the swordsmanship, but also increase the power of the AO Wu. It was a very comprehensive amplification with amazing effects. Chapter 25-23. The universe was vast, and the void was endless. A space-crossing airship kept flying. Gradually, a huge silhouette appeared in front of them. That's the Thundercloud continent. We're almost there. Everyone on the sky beacon was very excited. Ever since they were attacked several times, they had been under a lot of pressure. Although they hadn't been attacked again, they felt as if there was a shadow over their hearts. It was as if they would encounter a huge crisis at any time. Now they could finally see the Thundercloud continent. They were even closer to their destination. As long as they could reach the Thundercloud continent, they could reach their destination faster. Then, their mission would be completed. Even if they were killed, it would have nothing to do with them because their mission was completed. Chunzong, on the other hand, had been staying in his room. Occasionally, he would appear on the deck to practice his seemingly ordinary sword skills. Finally, the space-crossing airship entered the Thundercloud continent and flew toward their destination. Time passed. The sky beacon was getting closer to their destination. Damn it! Why isn't Philo here yet? The son of the great elder stared at the sky beacon, his eyes red with anger. That was because they were about to reach the island where the family was located. Once they reached the island, according to the agreement between the family head and the great elder, Zhun would win and become the family head's successor. However, Zhun was escorted by the true disciple of the Nine Heavens imperial court. They had no chance to make a move. They could only wait for Philo. A smaller space-crossing airship was approaching the sky beacon from the side at an astonishing speed. Then, a saber light slashed through the air. It was dozens of meters long and slashed at the sky beacon. It hit the sky beacon's defense at an astonishing speed, creating layers of ripples. The members of the sky beacon squad were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. Na Zhun and 10th Moon were the same. Attack! They were under attack. After the saber light, two figures shot out from the space-crossing airship. They were extremely fast and approached them directly. One of them was Philo. The other person's aura was like smoke and flames. He held a black saber in his hand. His eyes were deep and dark, and he exuded a shocking, evil aura. Seeing Philo, the Sky Beacon team, Na Zhun, and October's expressions turned ugly. Here it comes. Sure enough, it came again. Moreover, the saber wielder gave off a very dangerous feeling. He was even more dangerous than Fellow. Brother Chunzong. Na Zhun was horrified and hurriedly called out to Chunzong. Chunzong walked out of the room and appeared at the bow of the ship in a flash. He faced Philo and the swordsman with the evil aura. He sensed that Philo was a little threatening to him because his strength had greatly increased. As for the swordsman with the evil aura, he felt even more dangerous. His strength was clearly stronger than Philo's. You're lucky that I'm able to invite Evil Blade. Fei Luo sneered. Evil Blade. Captain Tian Feng's expression changed as if he had heard of it before. He looked at Chunzong and said, Brother Chun, Xie Dao is a top demigod generals. It is said that he has killed 2 or 3 demigod generals. Hearing this, Chunzong's expression became more dignified, and his heart was also more excited. Evil Blade, a top demigod general expert who is even stronger than Philo. A top demigod general expert who was even closer to the divine general ranking. Who knew how strong he was? Chunzong's strength had increased significantly during this period of time. A demigod general expert like Philo was no longer a threat to him. I heard that you defeated Philo. Draw your sword. Let me see how good your swordsmanship is. Xie Dao pointed his long saber. Saber Chi burst out and rushed towards Chunzong. His words were filled with a shocking chill. Hearing Xie Dao's words, Philo's expression changed slightly. He was very unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was no match for Xie Dao. It's Xie Dao. Goatee was slightly excited. Ha ha, the heavens are helping me. Great Elder Son was very excited. Obviously, he had also heard of Xie Dao's name, because Xie Dao was a top demigod general expert in the Thundercloud continent. His fierce reputation was very shocking. Great Elder's Son gritted his teeth. His eyes flashed with a terrifying cold light. This time, they're all dead. They really had to die. The guards really had to die. The Sky Beacon team had to die. That disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court had to die too. All of them had to die. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. After Chunzong glanced at Philo, he took a step forward and flew into the void of the universe. He stood in the void of the universe, facing Xie Dao. His sword intent rose. Feeling Chunzong's sword intent rising, Xie Dao's saber intent also gushed out and instantly strengthened. In the next moment, a 90-zhong primordial spirit dharma power condensed on Xie Dao's body. It looked like a long black saber. Xie Dao's arm moved, and the saber in his hand slashed out. A 10-meter-long black saber light, filled with shocking evil intent, broke through the void in an instant. Its power was extremely shocking. Chunzong unleashed all of his qi refining stage cultivation. He had broken through and reached the peak of the divine manifestation realm. His primordial spirit dharma power also rose from his body. It was the same as his own, but it was 90 zhong tall. Instead of clashing with Xie Dao directly, his body flashed and drew an arc of light. At that moment, his sword was unsheathed. His body and sword became one. Following a mysterious trajectory, he directly stabbed at Xie Dao's side. Fight! Saber and sword collided. A fierce battle between saber techniques and sword techniques. Xie Dao was from the Origin clan. Compared to the human clan, the Origin clan had a natural advantage. The human clan could not be compared to the Origin clan in terms of qi refining stage cultivation. However, Chunzong did not use his body refining stage strength. This was because Chunzong's current swordsmanship was the Great Path sword technique. It was extraordinary. When the heart sword technique was used, everything around him was within his perception. It was as if everything was under his control. Xie Dao's saber techniques were extremely powerful and shocking. They were far superior to Philo's martial techniques. If Chunzong had not broken through, it would have been difficult for him to gain the upper hand with his swordsmanship. But now, Chunzong's heart sword technique had surpassed the level of basic swordsmanship and reached the level of the Great Path sword technique. Although Xie Dao's saber techniques were extremely powerful, it was difficult for him to hit Chunzong. It was as if Chunzong had already seen through it. It was also as if Xie Dao was practicing with Chunzong. How can this be? Xie Dao was shocked. His saber techniques were very powerful. He had once fought with a real expert on the Divine General's list. In terms of saber techniques, he was superior to the expert on the Divine General's list. This was something he was very proud of. Now, his opponent could not hit him at all. It was as if his opponent had seen through his saber techniques. He could dodge any of his saber attacks in an instant and counterattack. Moreover, his swordsmanship was extremely powerful. His instantaneous counterattack was often a blind spot. It made Xie Dao feel that it was impossible to guard against it. This level of swordsmanship was too amazing. It was as if it had surpassed his level. Has your swordsmanship broken through the basic realm? Xie Dao asked in shock. Chunzong did not answer, but Xie Dao was certain. This opponent had mastered the Great Path sword technique. Unless Xie Dao's cultivation was far superior to his opponent's, and he could defeat all of them with brute force, or he had mastered the Great Path saber technique. Otherwise, it would be difficult to fight against him in close combat. Evil Saber 100 strikes. With a low shout, Xie Dao burst out and displayed the AO Wu. In an instant, he slashed out violently. This slash was extremely evil. One slash turned into 100 slashes, covering all directions. It was as if hundreds of people were slashing at Chunzong from all directions at the same time. This extremely powerful slash had reached the 9th level of AO Wu. This was the strength of a top expert at the Divine General level. A casual display of the AO Wu could reach the 9th level. This slash made Chunzong's face turn solemn. He could only use the AO Wu to fight against the AO Wu. Chunzong could not use the Great Path sword technique to fight against the AO Wu at his current level. In an instant, Chunzong responded. He did not dodge. Instead, he raised his sword and slashed out violently. The dark cyan sword essence shattered the vacuum. It was extremely domineering. Slash of Divine Wind. Under Chunzong's training during this period of time, this move had also reached the 9th level of arcane martial skill, and its power was even more shocking. Moreover, the power contained in this slash was the combination of the way of the heart and the way of the sword of the 9 sword tattoos. It was much stronger than a simple superposition. The saber light shattered, and the sword light collapsed. Chunzong flew backward. Even though he had combined the power of 2 great paths, Chunzong was still at a disadvantage in terms of absolute power. After all, the human clan could not compare with the origin clan in terms of power. The gap was too big. If Chunzong had not been so strong, other human clan members would have been defeated or even killed. Body refining godly form. Activate. In an instant, Chunzong's body expanded to 90 feet. Although he could not combine the three great paths, under the activation of two godly forms, the power of qi refining and body refining could be superimposed. Chunzong's absolute power was further enhanced. Full power. The ninefold mixed killing mystic technique was also unleashed. Every strike was accompanied by 7 sword shadows. Fight. An extremely fierce battle. An extremely crazy battle. The crazy collision of the saber and the sword turned into 2 astonishing torrents. It was as if everything would be directly smashed and destroyed into powder. The eyelids of the spectators twitched. They were extremely shocked. Even Philo, a sub-divine general expert, was shocked. He knew that Xie Dao had such strength. After all, Xie Dao was a top sub-divine general expert. However, he was extremely shocked by Chunzong's strength. It should be known that not long ago, Chunzong had fought with him. At first, Chunzong was no match for him. It was only after a breakthrough that Chunzong defeated him. However, Chunzong was not much stronger than him. Now, however, the strength that Chunzong displayed was extremely terrifying. It was completely superior to his. He could even fight Xie Dao head-on. This speed of growth was simply shocking. He could only hope that Xie Dao could kill him. Hurry up and do something. In the distance, the first elder's son roared, urging Philo to deal with Na Zhen. The most important thing was to kill Na Zhen. Killing Na Zhen was the most important thing. Unfortunately, Philo was too shocked to pay attention to the first elder son's urging. Seeing that Philo was ignoring him, the first elder son became more anxious and even angry. However, he was immediately pulled back by the goatee. With Philo's temperament, if he got angry, it would be self-defeating. Chapter 25-24. The saber light and sword shadows turned into 2 torrents of different colors. One was like a dazzling silver light surging, while the other was like a dark torrent. Suddenly, a terrifying force exploded between the torrents of saber and sword. The void seemed to be destroyed even more thoroughly, as if dust had been wiped away and became unusually clear. The 2 figures flew back hundreds of meters and faced each other from a distance. The long saber in Xie Dao's hand vibrated and emitted a series of saber sounds, as if reflecting Xie Dao's mood. The saber sound became louder and louder as it became more excited. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura exploded from Xie Dao's body and soared into the sky. The giant saber primordial spirit Dharma power also trembled and condensed continuously, as if it was about to materialize. It seemed that there was a blood-red light permeating the air, as if the giant saber was stained with blood and emanated a monstrous evil intent and murderous intent. With the support of the blood-red light, the giant saber continued to expand and finally reached the level of 99 feet. The aura it emitted became more and more shocking. Stronger. Obviously, Xie Dao had used a unique secret technique that strengthened his primordial spirit Dharma power. The primordial spirit Dharma power was equivalent to the embodiment of a third realm cultivator's strength. The stronger the primordial spirit Dharma power was, the stronger the cultivator's strength would be. It was equivalent to an all-round improvement. The primordial spirit Dharma power was the normal limit that a cultivator could reach. Only by breaking the limit could one reach 100 feet, which was the extreme state. However, it was extremely difficult to break the limit. Even a top demigod general like Xie Dao would find it difficult to do so. 99 feet was the limit of the limit, and it was even closer to the extreme state. The evil aura was like a raging flame that soared into the sky and turned into saber chi that swept in all directions. Each of the saber chi was extremely powerful and seemed to be able to cut through everything. The countless saber chi seemed to have turned into a meat grinder that could kill everything. Xie Dao raised his saber and held the end of the hilt with his left hand. Suddenly, the long saber exploded with astonishing speed and slashed down fiercely and overbearingly. The saber carried an extremely evil power, as if it was the wrath of the heavens. It made Chunzong feel that he could not avoid it. It was as if he was under the heavens and was facing the heavens like a saber. However, the heavens was filled with evil chi. Evil saber heavens will slash. Chunzong's divine wind slash was integrated with a ninefold mixed killing secret technique. 7 sword chi of the saber heavens will. However, it was clear that the power of the evil blade heavens will chop was even stronger. It directly shattered the fierce divine wind chop and shattered the sword shadows one after another. Only after destroying all the sword shadows did it exhaust its power. However, Chunzong was also pushed back by hundreds of meters. His blood and chi were in turmoil. Strong. The power of that blade was too strong. Originally, Xie Dao was much stronger than Chunzong in terms of absolute power. Now it was much stronger. You'll definitely die in the next strike. Xie Dao's voice was filled with murderous intent. It was as if thousands of blades were humming at the same time. Slash! Another blade slashed out. That blade seemed to be extremely fast, but also very slow. One could clearly see the light of the blade. All the power of the blade was integrated into that blade. It chased after light and shadows, chasing after souls and taking lives. Fatal, fatal. This was Xie Dao's most powerful saber. In fact, there was no enmity between Xie Dao and Chunzong, but Xie Dao never showed mercy. If he could defeat his opponent, he would kill him. He was very ruthless. Chunzong did not dodge. He felt that he could not avoid this saber. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong's long hair fluttered in the wind. It was as if there were strands of sword chi lingering on the ends of his hair. Divine light flickered endlessly in his eyes. The light was as sharp as a sword, as if it could pierce through the sky. The index and middle fingers of his left hand were pressed together like a sword, and they drew out an extremely profound trajectory. It was like an indistinct flying swan, like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky, and it had the smoothness of flowing water as it lightly descended onto the body of the sword. It was clearly as light as a feather, but in an instant it emitted a rumbling sound like that of a drum, causing the body of the sword to tremble. A wisp of sparks immediately burst out between the sword finger and the body of the sword. Slide. Chunzong's sword finger slid across the body of the sword as if it had turned into a whetstone. Between his finger and the body of the sword, dazzling sparks were constantly emitted. The sparks were shockingly beautiful. After the sparks passed, a bright light appeared on the body of the sword. It was like a faint halo that did not seem to contain any power. Sword sharpening technique. It was like sharpening the sword. In an instant, the power hidden in the sword was stimulated. It spread out and turned into a halo that covered the sword. The fingers of the sword slid from the blade to the tip of the sword. After that, the 5 fingers of his left hand spread open and drew an extremely mysterious trajectory in the void. Together with his right hand, he held the hilt of the sword. The sword was then raised high, its edge vibrating. Slash! In an instant, an extremely deep cyan sword light condensed and slashed out. It was as if it could cut the void into pieces. It was extremely domineering. Divine Wind Slash. The power of this sword doubled. The aura it emitted was even more terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything. Tyrannical, domineering, cruel, fierce. This was the divine wind slash driven by the sword sharpening technique. Its power was even more domineering. Unfortunately, the sword sharpening technique could not be used with a ninefold mixed killing technique. No matter how Chunzong tried, he could not use it. The two techniques could not coexist. However, in terms of instantaneous lethality, the sword sharpening technique was more powerful than the ninefold mixed killing technique. After all, the sword sharpening technique directly increased the power, while the ninefold mixed killing technique increased the number of attacks. The two techniques had their differences and strengths, But in terms of instantaneous power, the sword sharpening technique was certainly more powerful. Slash! The sword light and the blade light collided in an instant, and a tyrannical power exploded, rushing in all directions. Blade chi and sword light flew together like sputtering stars, tearing everything apart and shattering everything. It was unstoppable. Even Philo's expression changed drastically, and she retreated far away. Otherwise, if she was caught in the shockwaves, she would be seriously injured. Under the terrifying collision of power, Chun Zong and Xiet Dao did not avoid it. The sword sharpening technique. Graceful lightning. A sword broke through the air. It was as fast as a cold lightning. It was as graceful and agile as a swan. Its trajectory did not seem to be straight. Instead, it was unpredictable and unpredictable. It was difficult to lock onto. The graceful lightning had been practiced to perfection by Chun Zong. It was the top 9th level AO Wu. Its power was amazing. Under the amplification of the sword sharpening technique, it was twice as powerful. Just as Xiet Dao was about to slash out, a sword light suddenly flashed in front of him. Its speed was amazing. It was like a cold bolt of lightning. There was an indescribable nimbleness to it. Its trajectory was difficult to predict. In an instant, Xiet Dao was hit by the sword. He could not avoid it at all. The sword was too fast. It was like a real bolt of lightning. He did not even have time to defend himself. In an instant, he instinctively broke out and avoided being hit in the vital parts. But his shoulder was pierced. The sword sharpening technique. Graceful lightning. Chun Zong broke out again. Another sword broke through the air. This time, it penetrated Xiet Dao's chest. The sword chi wreaked havoc in his body. After being injured twice, Xiet Dao's expression changed. His face turned pale. The sword chi wreaked havoc in his body. It was not easy to expel it. It affected his strength. Without hesitation, Xiet Dao immediately retreated. He broke out with shocking speed and returned to his flying ship. He did not have the confidence to continue fighting. He might die in the end. Xiet Dao was good at killing people, but he was also afraid of death. Seeing Xiet Dao leaving quickly, Philo felt Chun Zong's cold gaze sweeping over her. She unconsciously trembled and immediately retreated into the flying ship. Chun Zong did not chase after her, because the energy of the sword sharpening technique was exhausted. In theory, the first level of the sword sharpening technique could consume 10,000 cosmos god crystals. But in reality, how much energy could be stored was closely related to the material of the sword. Chun Zong's sword could only store the energy of the sword sharpening technique 3 times, which was 3,000 cosmos god crystals. Therefore, after 3 times, Chun Zong could not use the sword sharpening technique anymore. He could only recharge his energy, but that would take some time. If Xiet Dao did not leave and continued fighting, it would be extremely intense. The final outcome would be unpredictable. But Xiet Dao cherished his life and did not dare to gamble. That was why he left. After all, he was only asked by Philo to help once. There was no enmity between him and Chun Zong. He did not need to gamble his life. As for Philo and Xiet Dao, he did not dare to stay and continue fighting with Chun Zong. Otherwise, he might die. Seeing Philo and Xiet Dao escape into the flying ship, Na Zhen and the others were in disbelief. A kind of excitement gathered and exploded in their hearts. The son of the great elder was shocked and furious. He also felt despair. Even Xiet Dao could not do anything. What else could he do? Ask a true expert on the divine general list to help? Or ask a 4th realm expert to help? He did not have the capital. Even if he did not have the time. Chun Zong returned to the flying ship and went straight to his room to recover his energy. He had won the battle with Xiet Dao, but he had used up a lot of energy. He did not have much energy left. He urgently needed to recover. In addition, he needed to recharge the energy of the sword sharpening technique. The battle with Xiet Dao made Chun Zong realize the usefulness of the sword sharpening technique. Without the sword sharpening technique, he might have lost the battle. The flying ship continued to fly forward, getting closer to the island. The son of the great elder was in despair. His face was gloomy. He had tried again and again. He had even paid a great price to ask a subdivine general expert to help him, but he still failed. Now, he did not have enough money to ask a stronger expert. Moreover, he did not have the time. When the heavenly beacon airship landed on the island, the first elder's son's legs went soft and he fell to the ground. His heart was filled with despair. We're finally here. The members of the Sky Beacon team heaved a sigh of relief. They had not expected that the escort mission would be so dangerous. Fortunately, they had Chunzong. Otherwise, the Sky Beacon team would have been annihilated. Since they had arrived on the island, the mission was completed. Chunzong did not plan to stay. He declined Na Zhen and the others' invitation and got ready to return to the Sky Continent. Chunzong's cultivation level and strength had increased. Therefore, Chunzong decided to go back to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and challenge the Divine Generalist again. He wanted to be in the top 100. Once he was in the top 100, the rewards would be even better. Chapter 25:25. When Chunzong returned to Heaven Continent, he still took the Sky Beacon. Because the Sky Beacon team also planned to return, the team leader invited Chunzong to travel with them. Fortunately, Chunzong was too lazy to look for another flying boat. It took nearly 5 years to complete the mission and return to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. After returning to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Chunzong immediately turned in the mission and was rewarded with a month's cultivation time at Mount Wang. A month's time was too short to allow his divine intent to grow significantly. Chunzong planned to save it for accumulation first and use it later when he had more time. The effect might be better. Nearly 5 years had passed. There were also some changes in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's Heavenly General ranking. The Tao Alliance's Gu Rui had advanced to 28th place on the Heavenly General ranking and entered the top 30. Yi Daoan had failed to challenge the top 100, but it wasn't that he didn't improve. Now, his ranking was exactly at the 100th place. He didn't enter the top 100 and was stuck at a juncture. The rankings of the other heavenly legends had also improved. Now, even the weakest one was in the top 900. The trip to the small Taoist scripture was indeed fruitful. Another piece of news surprised Chunzong. The war demon, who was originally at the 3rd heaven, was now promoted to a 4th heaven disciple. The reason was that he challenged the Heavenly General ranking. Although he failed and didn't enter the Heavenly General ranking, because of the outstanding potential he displayed, he was valued. Under the Tao Alliance's help, he was finally promoted. Chunzong couldn't help but smile. The war demon and he came from the same void and were friends. Chunzong was naturally happy for him that he had become stronger. She was still so powerful. Now his ranking had surpassed Gu Rui and reached the astonishing height of 19th place. Even though Chunzong knew that she was abnormal, he still couldn't help but feel shocked. Of course, these were not the only things that had happened in the past 5 years. Chunzong didn't pay attention to all of them. It's time to challenge the top 100. Chunzong thought to himself and began to choose. The top 100 of the Heavenly General ranking had amazing strength. Most of them were from the origin race. After thinking about it, Chunzong directly issued a challenge. 99. It wasn't a big deal for him to challenge the Heavenly General's ranking as soon as he returned after being away for more than 4 years. However, Chunzong was challenging the 99th place. The 100th place belonged to the nodes within the top 100 and outside the top 100. Every one of the top 100 had extraordinary strength. They had reached the peak of their normal state in all aspects. He's too reckless. Many 4th realm cultivators in the Tao Alliance side after learning of this. They thought that Chunzong should challenge those in the top 200 first. If he won, he would continue to challenge others. This human is really arrogant. You're too confident in your own strength. The top 100, top 30, top 10, and top 3 were all dividing lines. Green Nightmare and the other Origin clansmen who had interacted with Chunzong were also shocked when they heard the news. Top 100. Did he really have such strength? Or was it just overconfidence? Whether it was true or not, the truth would soon be revealed. 3 days later, in the death arena. The 99th person wasn't from the origin race, but the demon race. This demon race member was shrouded in darkness. His figure was blurry, and it was difficult to see his face clearly. Feel the ultimate darkness. The voice of the demonic dweller called Immo Yawu rang out. That voice contained a soul-stirring fluctuation. The darkness on his body also exploded in an instant. Like a silent wave, it swept out in all directions. Darkness. The darkness was so dark that one couldn't even see one's fingers. It was a darkness that seemed to devour all light. This darkness made Chunzong feel a sense of danger uncontrollably. The darkness wasn't just pure darkness. It was the manifestation of the great Tao of darkness. It wasn't just any great Tao of darkness, but a fusion of great Tao of darkness. As a demon race member, Immo Yewu was born with the ability to master the great Tao of darkness. He also comprehended the great Tao of shadows and fused the great Tao of darkness and the great Tao of shadows. It turned into a great Tao power that was even more profound than darkness. It was even more shocking. It was because of this fusion of great Tao that Immo Yewu was able to enter the top 100 of the heavenly generals ranking and be ranked 99th, the fusion of two great Taos. Chunzong thought to himself. He had also mastered this kind of power. His battle strength was fully unleashed. A primordial spirit Dharma power of 90 feet appeared. A body-refining divine figure of 90 feet also appeared. The heart swordsmanship was launched. Even though he was shrouded in darkness and couldn't see the surroundings with his eyes, he could still sense it with the help of the heart swordsmanship. In an instant, a wisp of darkness lurking in the shadows approached Chunzong silently. It appeared behind Chunzong and launched an attack directly. Even though it was an attack, it was silent and difficult to guard against. However, Chunzong had already sensed it with the help of the heart swordsmanship. He moved his sword and blocked the attack. He blocked it. Immo Yewu was slightly surprised. Then, he sneered, "You're lucky. You'll lose the next attack." With the fusion of power and such means, Immo Yewu had defeated many opponents and entered the top 100. He had also defeated many people who had challenged him and tried to take his place. In his opinion, Chunzong, who had challenged him this time, was the same. However, the second attack was blocked by Chunzong again. The third attack, the fourth attack, under the cover of darkness, Immo Yewu turned into a shadow and surrounded Chunzong. He launched attacks again and again, but they were blocked by Chunzong's sword. It seemed that the darkness couldn't block Chunzong's sight. All of his attacks were under Chunzong's control. After blocking Immo Yewu's more than 10 attacks from all directions, Chunzong began to counterattack. The heart swordsmanship was fully launched. Suddenly, one sword attack after another. Under the control of his super perception, Immo Yewu immediately felt that his every move was covered by his opponent's swordsmanship. Every sword attack was aimed at him directly. Moreover, the power condensed in it was very strong. It was not inferior to his own. Restrained, Immo Yewu had a feeling of being restrained. This feeling made him feel very aggrieved. He felt like a flying insect falling into a spider's web. The more he struggled, the more he was trapped. Often, he had to change his moves to resist his opponent's swordsmanship before he could fully release his attack. Damn it! How could it be like this? Immo Yewu was furious. No one knew that on the way back from the sky beacon, Chunzong had been constantly cultivating and comprehending. Finally, he had raised the heart swordsmanship from the superficial level to the beginner level. The impact of this improvement was very obvious. It made Chunzong have more control over his surroundings. Although Immo Yewu had successfully merged the power of the dark path and the shadow path, it was more based on his own racial talent. Immo Yewu hadn't improved his martial arts to break through the basic level to the level of the great path. His comprehension hadn't reached that level yet. He hadn't mastered the great path martial arts. It was very difficult for him to compete with the great path sword arts. First, Immo Yewu displayed a powerful, profound martial art, which had reached the 9th level. However, Chunzong had also raised all the profound martial arts he had mastered to the 9th level, and their power had become even more tyrannical. The 7th level of the 9-fold mixed killing secret method and the 7th level of the 9 mysterious body protection technique. Chunzong defeated Mo Yewu without using the sword sharpening technique and successfully replaced him. When Chunzong's name successfully entered the 99th place on the Heavenly Generals list, everyone was shocked. A human from the 3rd sequence void. He wasn't from the Origin clan. It was incredible that he could enter the top 100 of the Heavenly Generals list in such a short time. Among this batch of disciples, only one person can suppress him, a 5th realm expert said. That person was Chi. Everyone thought about it. Compared to the Ho, everyone seemed to pale in comparison. The Ho was simply like a huge monster that constantly charged forward and smashed everything in its path. Everything in its path was sent flying and smashed into pieces. She had entered the top 20 of the Heavenly Generals list. The experts in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court speculated that she would definitely enter the Heavenly Generals list within 100 years. It might not even need 100 years. The Celestial Generals list was just an internal list of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. It was authoritative in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court and in Skycloud's continent, but in the whole universe, it was nothing. The universe recognized the Celestial Generals list. Only those who entered the Heavenly Generals list would be remembered. Perhaps they would be blessed by the destiny of the universe. I wonder if Chunzong has any hope of entering the Heavenly Generals list? Someone guessed. Impossible. The Heavenly Generals list is brilliant. It's already good that he can enter the top 100 of the Heavenly Generals list. How dare he dream of entering the Heavenly Generals list? No matter what, after Chunzong entered the 99th place on the Heavenly Generals list, he issued another challenge. This time, his opponent was the 49th place, 40 places higher. The 49th place was much more powerful than the 99th place. The 49th place was from the Origin clan. His name was Hanji. He had silver hair and a pair of eyes. His aura was extremely cold. His chi was chilly, and cold chi permeated the air. It spread rapidly in all directions and turned into frost. It spread rapidly and froze the ground of the death battle arena. The terrifying coldness rushed towards him. Even with Chunzong's strong physique, he couldn't help but feel the coldness. It was as if his chi and blood were about to be frozen. Chunzong felt a terrifying threat from Hanji. This was a terrifying opponent. He felt that Hanji had the strength of a subdivine general. Fight! Chunzong exerted all his strength. The 90 primordial spirit Dharma idol and the 90 body-strengthening godly image overlapped. The power of the chi refining stage and the body-strengthening stage overlapped. The power of the body-strengthening stage was even more shocking. He used the heart sword technique. The power of the heart way and the way of the sword merged into one and turned into an even more powerful force. There were 9,999 people on the Heavenly Generals list, but there were more than 10 times more subdivine generals. Some are even hundreds or thousands of times more. Basically, the top 50 of the Heavenly Generals list in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court all had the strength of a subdivine general. The final outcome of this battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Chunzong won and successfully entered the 49th place on the Heavenly Generals list. The strength of a subdivine general. That's right. He definitely has the strength of a subdivine general. Many experts of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court were shocked. Those of the Tau Alliance were even happier. Having the strength of a subdivine general meant that there was a certain chance of entering the Heavenly Generals list, even if the chances were slim. Chapter 25-26. After defeating Hanji, Chunzong was ranked 49th on the Heaven General ranking and was rewarded handsomely. Currently, every 100 years, Chunzong could enter the 9 great god palaces to cultivate for 10 years. Every 100 years, he could also enter the Innocent Mountain to cultivate for a year. Other than that, he had also received 50,000 Cosmos God crystals as a reward. In that battle, Chunzong defeated Han Ji with all his strength, but didn't use the power of the sword-sharpening technique. Chunzong didn't continue to challenge. Although he could continue to increase his ranking, Chunzong decided to stop here first. Under normal circumstances, the top 50 on the Heaven General ranking had the power of a demigod general. Of course, it depended on the situation. Sometimes, when there was a stronger batch, the top 60 would all have the power of a demigod general. The top 30 basically had the power of a demigod general. The demigod general was a very general level. Xie Dao was a demigod general, but he might not be ranked in the top 20 on the Heaven General ranking of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The reason why Qinzong didn't continue the challenge was because one of the rewards he received was a token. This token was the size of a palm and had a strange appearance. It looked like a burning flame, and there was a simple and mysterious word written on it: secret. This was a secret token. Anyone who was ranked in the top 50 on the Heaven General ranking would receive a secret token like this. The complete name of this secret token was the Divine Token. In the universe, there was a mysterious place called the Divine Face Secret Realm. There was a special life form in the Divine Face Secret Realm called the Celestial Gods. Third Realm cultivators could enter the Divine Face Secret Realm to kill the Celestial Gods and obtain their essence. After refining the essence, they would have the hope of breaking through the shackles and surpassing the limit to enter the ultimate Divine Face Realm. This was one way to break through the shackles and reach the ultimate Divine Face Realm. Of course, if one didn't enter the Divine Face Secret Realm to obtain the essence, there was still hope of breaking through the limit to enter the ultimate Divine Face Realm. It was just that the difficulty would be 10 times or even 100 times higher. Breaking through the limit to enter the ultimate Divine Face Realm was originally an extremely difficult thing. This was the case in the Void and the universe. Of course, the extreme realms of the Void and the extreme realms of the universe had the same name, but they were not on the same level. The extreme state in the Void was nothing compared to the extreme state in the universe. The difference was too great. The higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it would be to break through the limits and step into the limitless state. The Divine Image Secret Realm was equivalent to giving many Divine Image Realm experts a better and faster chance to break through their limits. Moreover, it had been verified by countless experts that there were no side effects. However, entering the Divine Aspect Secret Realm was not a simple matter. It was not something that could be entered casually. First of all, he had to have a godly image that was 90 feet tall. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the godly image secret realm and would be directly crushed. Secondly, he must have a Divine Image Secret Order. The Divine Image Secret Order was like a key to open the Divine Image Secret Realm. In ancient times, powerful cultivators had discovered the Divine Image Secret Realm by chance, but they were unable to enter directly. They could only enter with their divine images, and they had to use the corresponding methods. After continuous research, they finally created a key like the Divine Image Secret Order. However, it was not easy to create a Divine Image Secret Order, so it was very precious. Originally, there were hundreds of Divine Image Secret Orders in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. However, as time passed, the disciples who obtained the Divine Image Secret Order died or were killed when they went out to train. The Divine Image Secret Order was also lost. Now, there were only 50 Divine Image Secret Orders left in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Moreover, to ensure that the Divine Image Secret Order was not lost, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court also had a rule that any disciple who obtained the Divine Image Secret Order was not allowed to bring it out when they left the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. They had to leave it in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. In this way, although the disciples could not enter the Divine Image Secret Realm through the Divine Image Secret Order when they went out to train, at least it ensured that the Divine Image Secret Order would not be lost again. In addition, if a disciple obtained the Divine Image Secret Order when they went out to train and brought it back to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and presented it to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, they would also receive great rewards. The reason why Qinzong did not continue with the challenge was that he could not wait to enter the Divine Image secret realm to take a look. Holding the Divine Image secret order, Qinzong directly activated the power contained in it. In an instant, the Divine Image secret order released a mysterious light that directly enveloped Qinzong's body. Choose one of the two. Enveloped in the light of the Divine Image secret order, Qinzong understood some of the meaning. He had two divine images. One was the Qi cultivation divine image, and the other was the body cultivation divine image. He could only choose one, which was to follow the power of the Divine Image secret order and enter the Divine Image secret realm. Without hesitation, Qinzong chose the Qi cultivation divine image. In an instant, Qinzong felt as if his consciousness was being stripped away and integrated into the primordial spirit Dharma power. The two merged into one and rushed into the sky continuously. However, the feeling of rushing into the sky was actually an illusion. However, Qinzong's primordial spirit Dharma power did indeed leave his body. Under the guidance of the power of the Divine Image secret order, it continuously escaped into the void. The Divine Image secret realm existed in the universe, but it was not a simple existence. It was located in the depths of a universe. This depth did not refer to the distance, but to a level like the difference between dimensions. Because of this, without the Divine Image secret order, it was impossible to enter the Divine Image secret realm. The feeling of traveling through the void was very mysterious. It was even better than the feeling of traveling from the void to the universe. Under the guidance of the Divine Image secret order, Qinzong's primordial spirit Dharma power, which was 90 feet tall, seemed to have rushed into the bottom of the water, but also seemed to have rushed out of the water and entered an extremely mysterious place. Is this the Divine Image secret realm? Qinzong's Divine Image appeared. It stood on the ground and looked up at the sky. The sky was strange and variegated. Countless airflows filled the air and intertwined. Each airflow seemed to be filled with shocking power fluctuations, but they were also restrained. They intertwined and collided with each other, forming an even more mysterious scene. The ground under his feet seemed to be black, then light gray, then red. Every time he looked at it, the color changed. In the distance, Qinzong could see a silhouette. It seemed to be the silhouette of a city wall. However, because it was a little far away, he could not be sure. The aura here was also very strange. It was not vital qi. In this place, he could not feel the existence of vital qi at all. This was the first time Qinzong felt such an aura. However, he felt that it was a little familiar. It was similar to the aura of the Divine Image itself. In this place, Qinzong existed in the form of the Divine Image. It was 90 feet tall. He could feel the power that filled this 90 feet tall Divine Image. It was very shocking. However, this power was not the power of qi refining cultivation, nor was it the power of body refining cultivation. In other words, Qinzong could not feel the power of qi refining cultivation or body refining cultivation here. There was only the power of the Divine Image itself. In addition, the power of the heart path and the way of the sword existed, but there was no power of the world path. This was because Qinzong had entered the primordial spirit Dharma idol and not the body refining Divine Image. The power of the world path belonged to the body refining cultivation level. This state was not Qinzong's peak state. In addition to the power of the Divine Image itself and the power of the heart path and the way of the sword, Qinzong's primordial spirit Dharma idol's waist also condensed a long sword. It was 40 to 50 feet long, which matched perfectly with the 90 feet primordial spirit Dharma idol. Taking a step forward, his 90-meter-tall body immediately began to run across the constantly changing ground. His speed was extremely fast, like a galloping horse as he rapidly charged forward. Everything in the Divine Image secret region was quite mysterious. Of course, some of it had already been explored. According to Qinzong's understanding, the silhouette in the distance should be a gathering place. Heaven Continent, Thundercloud's continent and the other continents were located in a part of the universe. They could not represent the whole universe. The place where these continents were located was a region in the universe. In the universe, there were many regions. When people from different regions entered the divine image secret region, they would appear in different places. It was fixed. In other words, if the divine image realm cultivators from Heaven Continent, Thundercloud's continent, and the other continents entered the divine image secret region, they would appear in the same area. They would not be too far apart. At least, they would appear near all the gathering places in that region. If they were lucky, they would appear directly in the gathering places. In other words, Chunzong would meet the divine image realm cultivators from the region where Heaven Continent was located. At the very least, they would have a 90 feet tall divine image. Moreover, their talent and strength were incomparable to ordinary cultivators at the peak of the divine image realm. Not long after, Chunzong saw a battle. On one side of the battle was a cultivator's divine image. On the other side was a beast that looked like a lion. The chi it emitted was extremely powerful. The divine image condensed by different cultivators was not necessarily the same. They all had their own forms. However, no matter what kind of form it was, the divine image was just a condensed form of strength. The cultivator still needed to use his own strength. Therefore, when a cultivator entered the divine image secret region, their divine image would appear in the form of a human. Because in the divine image secret region, there was no real body. It was just a divine image. To use the real strength, the form of the cultivator's body was the most suitable. For example, if you practice sword and saber, but condensed the divine image of a beast. In the form of a beast, the power of the divine image was released from the cultivator's body. However, in the divine image secret region, if the cultivator was still in the form of a beast, it would undoubtedly be difficult to use the essence of the sword and saber. There would always be a difference. Therefore, in the divine image secret region, only by changing the divine image's form to the form of the cultivator's body would it be more suitable to use the cultivator's strength. Of course, although the divine image's form had changed, the essence of its strength had not changed. The celestial image. Chunzong stared at the beast that looked like a lion and thought to himself. The celestial image was a special life form that was born in the divine image secret region. It had many forms, and all of them were called the celestial image. The lion's body was even bigger. It was 300 feet tall, and its strength was extraordinary. The battle between the two was extremely intense. It was Chunzong's first time seeing the celestial image. He was very curious, so he did not leave. Instead, he watched from a certain distance. He wanted to understand the celestial image a step further. Baidu search 81 Chinese Network O. No advertisement. Chapter 25-27. The celestial lion god form's huge body suddenly rushed forward. Its huge claws carried a terrifying force as it smashed towards the cultivator's celestial god form. Although the deity avatar of the cultivator was also 90 feet tall, it was still a far cry from the 30-foot lion. The contrast was obvious. The giant claw swept across the sky, and its aura was like a roaring hurricane that pressed down on the cultivator, causing his expression to change drastically. However, the cultivator reacted quickly. After quickly dodging the attack, he suddenly rushed forward. The long spear was like a dragon coming out of its cave. In an instant, it exploded with shocking power. It pierced through the air and directly hit the celestial lion's body. However, when the attack broke open the celestial lion's huge body, no blood flowed out. There was only a trace of aura that dissipated. However, the injury caused by the attack was nothing compared to the celestial lion's body. The huge claw swung out again, tearing through everything. It directly scratched the ground, and the sand and stones that were scratched turned into dust. Roar! The lion let out a domineering roar. Immediately, a huge silver ray of light shot out from its mouth. The ray of light was like a bolt of lightning, but it was also like a sharp sword. It tore through the air in an instant, as if it was going to shatter space itself. It shot out in a straight line. It was extremely fast. The ray of light hit the cultivator's celestial god form like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable and directly sent the cultivator flying. The power of the silver divine light was simply too strong. It directly injured the cultivator's celestial god form. One could feel that the cultivator's celestial god form seemed to have become fainter, and its aura was also much weaker. When one entered the divine aspect secret realm with a celestial god form, one would not bleed if they were injured. However, their aura would be weakened and their celestial god form would become fainter. If one was killed, they would not truly die. Instead, they would directly leave the divine aspect secret realm and return to their original body. However, they would lose their celestial god form's essence and indirectly weaken their celestial god form. They could only slowly recover. During the recovery period, they could not enter the divine aspect secret realm again. Of course, there was a restriction to entering the divine aspect secret realm. That was, no one could stay in the divine aspect secret realm for a long time. Even if one was not killed, when the time was up, they would be expelled and could only enter again after a period of recovery. Generally speaking, the longest time a 90-foot godly form could stay in the divine aspect secret plane was 1 month. After breaking through the limit and reaching the extreme plane, the time they could stay in the secret plane would be extended. The second ray of silver divine light shot out from the lion's mouth. It was difficult to dodge, and it hit the cultivator's divine image again. After being hit for the second time, the cultivator's godly form became even fainter, and his aura became even weaker. Run! However, the cultivator was running in the same direction as Chunzong. He instantly saw Chunzong. The cultivator's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said to Chunzong, "Sir, please lend us a hand. We'll divide the essence equally." After watching the fight for a while, Chunzong also felt a little itchy, but he didn't intend to join the fight. Instead, he quickly moved to the side. After all, he didn't know the opponent, and this place was very strange. Chunzong didn't want to make a move easily. Bai Yi was a little annoyed that Chunzong didn't help him when he asked for help. However, the lion godly form was chasing after him, and danger was approaching. Bai Yi shouted again, "Sir, hurry up and kill this lion godly form. The essence of the godly form will be yours." However, Chunzong acted as if he didn't hear him. Instead, he left even faster. Damn it! Bai Yi was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The third ray of silver divine light shot out again, and he couldn't dodge it. It hit Bai Yi's body again, and he was sent flying again. His aura weakened again, and the body of the godly form became fainter. According to the situation, if he was hit again, he might be killed. By then, he would lose some of the essence of the godly form. Bai Yi had no choice but to activate the power of the divine aspect secret order. He wanted to use it to force his way out of the divine aspect secret plane and return to his body. However, it would take some time. The fourth ray of silver divine light shot out again. He couldn't dodge it, couldn't block it, and didn't even have the chance to return to his body. He was hit directly and shattered in an instant. Chunzong could clearly see that at the moment when the godly form was shattered, a shadow escaped into the depths of the void and disappeared. The godly form must have left the divine aspect secret plane and returned to his body. However, there was a faint aura left in the original place. It was slowly condensing, and it seemed to be shrinking and condensing into something substantial. The lion godly form flew over and swallowed the aura in one gulp. After swallowing the aura, the lion godly form's huge body turned around in an instant. A pair of huge eyes stared directly at Chunzong, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out. Chunzong's body tensed up in an instant. Subconsciously, he tensed up uncontrollably. The lion godly form let out a terrifying roar. It suddenly jumped up and charged directly at Chunzong. Its huge body fell from the sky like a small mountain, and it burst out with shocking power. Huge claw. The huge claw was like a huge millstone falling from the sky with the violent power of a meteorite, destroying everything in its path. In particular, the cold light on the sharp claws seemed to be able to shatter and tear everything apart. It made Qinzong's hair stand on end. Cultivators entered the divine aspect secret plane with their godly form bodies to kill godly forms in the heavens. They took the essence of the godly forms to condense their own godly form and finally break through the limit. Godly forms in the heavens could also kill cultivators' godly form bodies and absorb their essence to improve themselves. In the divine aspect secret plane, cultivators were both hunters and prey. The godly forms in the heavens were the same. Hunters and prey were opposites. After the lion godly form killed by E, it swallowed the godly form essence left by E. It targeted Qinzong and planned to kill Qinzong and eat the godly form essence as well. Qinzong didn't attack, just now. However, now that Bai Yi was dead and his godly form body had left the divine aspect secret plane, it wouldn't be able to come back in a short period of time. Since the lion godly form took the initiative to attack, Qinzong, of course, wouldn't run away. Fight! As the giant claw fell, Qinzong's body was shattered in an instant. Even the ground below him had collapsed by 3 feet. Countless cracks spread out in all directions at lightning speed. It was extremely terrifying. A figure suddenly jumped up and appeared at the height of the lion godly form's head. The huge sword at his waist was unsheathed in an instant. A dazzling sword light slashed through the air. Heart Sword Principle. The Heart Sword Principle at the entry level allowed Qinzong's control of his surroundings to reach a new height. This sword was the combination of the path of the heart and the path of the sword. It was extremely powerful. As the sword slashed through, the lion godly form's body was instantly slashed open. A sword wound that was a few meters long appeared. Strands of energy immediately dissipated from a wound. Godly forms in the heavens didn't have flesh and bones. When they were injured, they would dissipate their own energy. The energy was the energy of life and energy. When the energy dissipated, it would slowly weaken. The lion godly form's huge mouth suddenly opened and closed, biting Qinzong directly. However, Qinzong dodged it and slashed out again. In terms of strength and power, Qinzong might not be as good as the lion godly form. However, in terms of skill, he was much better. The third sword slashed through the air with amazing sharpness, as if it could tear everything apart. Traceless wind, body and sword as one. The sword slashed through the lion godly form's body, leaving a sword wound that was more than 10 meters long. For the lion godly form's huge body, a sword wound that was a few meters long was nothing. However, a sword wound that was more than 10 meters long was very obvious. The energy it dissipated was also more intense and weakened by a greater extent. This sword made the lion godly form roar endlessly. Boom! The lion form turned its body and swung its head in an instant. A violent silver divine light immediately shot out from its mouth. It poured out like a torrent and was as violent as lightning. It also carried an astonishing sharpness that was as sharp as a sword. The power of this silver divine light was very strong. Qinzong had seen it before. However, when he felt it personally, his expression changed involuntarily. The aura of the silver divine light gave him a feeling that it was full of violence and destruction. It seemed to be able to target the godly form's body and cause damage to a deeper level. He couldn't be hit. Although he wasn't particularly sure if there would be any consequences other than being injured, Qinzong didn't want to be hit. Under the mysteries of the heart sword technique, his perception of his surroundings became clearer and more obvious. This was different from Mo Wui's illusory sword technique. The illusory sword technique could bring about an impact of illusions, causing people to fall into illusions. Each had its own merits. Of course, the heart sword technique that Qinzong had mastered was still incomparable to Mo Wui's sword exchange technique. After all, Mo Wui had spent a lot more time on the Great Dao sword technique. However, at the Divine Phase realm, Chunzong's sword technique could be considered to be extremely superb. Although the Lion Godly Form's power was very strong, in terms of combat skills, it was inferior to Chunzong. In this aspect, Chunzong was much better than Bai Yi. With a flash, Chunzong narrowly avoided the attack of the Silver Divine Light. His sword pierced through the air as swift and agile as lightning, and stabbed directly at the Lion Godly Form, causing damage. Heavenly Wind Slash. Chunzong slashed out again, incomparably fierce. Under Chunzong's superb sword technique, the Lion Godly Form was constantly injured, and its strength was constantly depleted, becoming weaker and weaker. Sensing that something was wrong, the Lion Godly Form turned around without hesitation and immediately fled. However, Chunzong would not let it escape. Strike. Chase. Under one strike after another, the Lion Godly Form's body became fainter and fainter. Its speed became slower and slower, and its strength became weaker and weaker. In the end, it was unable to escape and was killed by Chunzong. It exploded into countless chi, like a storm, and rushed in all directions. When the storm's chi dissipated, Chunzong saw a wisp of glittering chi in the air, like a snake slithering as if it wanted to escape. The silver chi was about 1/2 meter long and as thick as a finger. The chi that it emitted was very mysterious, and it made Chunzong's Divine Phase body instinctively feel a sense of joy. Divine Phase Essence. The 1/2 meter long silver chi was the Divine Phase essence of the celestial phase. Chunzong quickly reached out and directly took the Divine Phase essence in his hand. Immediately, the Divine Phase essence merged into Chunzong's arm, turning into a silver pattern. Chunzong could feel the existence of the Divine Phase essence, and he could choose to keep it or refine and absorb it. With a thought, the silver pattern suddenly faded and disappeared. Chunzong was using the power of the Divine Phase body to refine the Divine Phase essence. Chapter 25-28. The universe where celestial clouds was located was called the continent of the 9 clouds because there were 9 continents there. Each continent wasn't smaller than celestial clouds. For example, the 9 celestial palaces was the overlord of celestial clouds, but in other continents, they weren't any weaker than the 9 celestial palaces. In the continent of the 9 clouds, the godly image cultivators would appear in the same area after entering the godly image secret area. Slowly, they would establish a gathering place, and eventually, the gathering place of the continent of the 9 clouds was formed. Only 50 people from the 9 celestial palaces were qualified to enter the godly image secret area, and they were the top 50 cultivators of the celestial generals list. The other 8 continents had different numbers of people, but most of them had between 50 and 100 people. Only the strongest group had more than 100 godly image secret areas, so only 100 people could enter. Apart from the 9 great groups, each continent also had some strong groups. They had also obtained some godly image secret areas, so they could also enter, although there were fewer people. In addition to independent cultivators, there were thousands of godly image cultivators in the continent of the 9 clouds who could enter the godly image secret area. Of course, compared to the number of godly image cultivators in the continent of the 9 clouds, thousands of people were nothing. However, those who were able to enter the divine aspect secret realm were all people with outstanding talent, potential, and strength. Even those who were lucky enough to obtain the divine aspect secret order were not weak themselves. Between a genius and a mediocre cultivator, any group would choose to cultivate the genius. After killing a lion and obtaining its essence, Chunzong arrived at the gathering place of the continent of the 9 clouds. He didn't encounter any other godly image cultivators. Normally, the closer one was to the gathering place, the lower the probability of encountering godly image cultivators because there were many godly image cultivators there. If a godly image cultivator got close to the gathering place, they would be killed immediately. When Chunzong arrived at the gathering place of the continent of the Nine Clouds, Chunzong had already absorbed the essence of the godly image cultivator. Chunzong could feel that even though his godly image cultivator was still 90 feet tall and hadn't increased in size, it had become more solid. The solidification of the divine image body brought about an increase in the power of the divine image body. Although it wasn't obvious, Chunzong could still feel it. However, it was just a godly image cultivator's essence, so it wasn't a big deal. The continent of the Nine Clouds gathering place was built by the 9 influential groups of the continent of the Nine Clouds. The imperial court of the Nine Clouds was one of them. Therefore, the imperial court of the Nine Clouds had a base in the continent of the Nine Clouds called the imperial court of the Nine Clouds. Chunzong was a true disciple of the Nine Heavens imperial court. After entering the divine aspect mystery realm, he naturally had to go to the gathering place of the Nine Heavens and report to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Coincidentally, Gu Rue was also in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. When he saw Chunzong, a smile appeared on his face. Gu! After all, he was the only one in the entire Dao Alliance who had entered the top 100. Now he was in the top 30. He was the only one who could enter the divine image secret region. He was the only human in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court who had entered the top 100. He had the honor of a human clan and the Dao Alliance on his shoulders. He was under a lot of pressure. Now that there was an additional Chunzong, he seemed to have unknowingly shared a portion of the burden, which made him feel slightly relieved. Although there were other disciples of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court in the gathering place of the continent of the Nine Clouds, they weren't from the same clan after all. Chunzong, you've just arrived in the divine image secret region. You can ask me anything you don't know. Gu Rue was a cultivation maniac. He was a man of few words. It just so happened that Chunzong had just arrived. Although he had done some research before, it was still not enough. As for Gu Rue, he had obviously entered the divine image secret realm many times and had personally experienced it. He had a deeper understanding of everything here. Gu Rue didn't know how big the divine image secret region was. Even the others didn't know because the divine image cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds would appear in this area. This area was very vast, and there were countless celestial images. After the celestial images were killed, they would leave behind a thread of celestial image essence. After it dissipated, it would be reborn in another place. Therefore, the celestial images in the divine image secret region were endless. When the celestial images were endless, they didn't need to be too far away. They only needed to kill in this area. Under Chunzong's inquiry, Gu Rue told him everything he knew about the divine image secret region. For example, the silver divine light that the lion image had shot out was called the image-destroying divine light. It was a kind of power that the celestial images could control. No matter how strong the celestial image's body was, once it was hit by the image-destroying divine light, it would be damaged. The only difference was the degree of damage. In the divine image secret region, other than the celestial image essence, there is something more advanced. That is the divine image source. Gu Rue said, even with his calm temperament, when he said the words divine image source, he couldn't help but show some excitement. Divine image source? Chunzong had never heard of it. After the celestial images are killed, they will be reborn in the divine image source. If you can get the divine image source and refine it, you can make a breakthrough in the celestial image body. Gu Rue's tone was somewhat fanatical. Hearing this, Chunzong was shocked. The divine image source was so amazing. Refining and absorbing, it could make the celestial image body break through the limit and directly make a breakthrough to a higher level. It's not easy to get the divine image source, right? Chunzong asked. The celestial image assembly guards the divine image source very closely. It's almost impossible to get it. Gu Rue said, as far as I know, since ancient times in the ninth heaven universe, the number of people who have obtained the divine image source has not exceeded 3 times. Hearing that the number of times was so low, Chunzong knew that the possibility of obtaining the divine image source was very small, so he didn't think too much about it. This is the place where the celestial images gather that has been explored so far. Guru Wei took out a map and handed it to Qinzong. The map was made of stone slabs, and there were marks and marks on it. When cultivators entered the divine image secret region, they could only bring their own celestial image body. They couldn't bring other things in. Therefore, if they wanted to make something, they could only use the local materials. At the same time, other than the god essence, and a few other unique items, the items obtained in the divine aspect secret realm could not be brought out of the divine aspect secret realm. They could only be used in the divine aspect secret realm. This stone slab was a material from the divine aspect secret realm. Shunzong glanced at it. The center of the tablet was where the members of the continent of the 9 clouds were gathered. There were marks everywhere, and each mark had a description. Lion King Valley, Demon Ox Mountain, Wild Dragon Stream. There were more than a dozen marked locations where the celestial beings of the heavens gathered. For example, the Lion King Valley's heavenly god image was the lion image, while the Ox Demon Mountain's heavenly god image was the ox image. The Wild Dragon Stream's heavenly god image was the dragon image. Different celestial manifestations would obtain different celestial manifestations essences after killing them. The difference lay in the speed and efficiency of refining and absorbing them. Some celestial manifestations essences were difficult to refine and absorb, but some celestial manifestations essences were easy to refine and absorb. When comparing them, of course, it was better to refine the celestial manifestations essences and absorb them more efficiently. However, he didn't know which celestial manifestations essences were more suitable for him to refine. He had to try it himself to find out. In other words, Lin Feng had to go and kill all the celestial clones in the continent of the 9 clouds. He had to absorb all the celestial clones' essences and refine them. However, the benefits of being a disciple of a powerful group were obvious. Qunzong had received a dozen celestial manifestations essences in advance from the pavilion of the 9 heavens. Those celestial manifestations essences were completely different. He had to return them. The advantage was that he could find out which celestial manifestations essences were more beneficial to him. He didn't have to waste time testing them one by one. He could just directly target the celestial manifestations that were most beneficial to him and kill them. After all, there was a time limit for any celestial manifestations body to enter the celestial manifestation mysterious region. Hunting celestial manifestations wasn't easy. Testing them one by one would undoubtedly waste more time. Qunzong had to return these celestial manifestations essences to ensure that the celestial manifestations essences could be used by the new disciples of the imperial court of the 9 celestial halls, forming a virtuous cycle. That was the advantage of being a powerful group. Those small groups couldn't do it, let alone those independent cultivators. Near the continent of the 9 clouds, there were more than a dozen celestial manifestations. Qunzong tried to refine and absorb them one by one. As expected, some celestial manifestations essences were easier to refine, but the absorption efficiency wasn't necessarily the best. All in all, when Qunzong spent some time to completely refine and absorb the celestial manifestations essences, he had a better idea. There were 2 types of celestial manifestations essences that were most effective for him. One was easier to refine, and the other was easier to absorb. But overall, the effects were about the same. These 2 types of celestial manifestations essences came from the weapon manifestation and the mist manifestation. Qunzong had already memorized everything on the map slate, so he knew that the gathering places of the weapon manifestation and the mist manifestation were located in 2 different directions of the gathering place of the continent of the 9 clouds, and there was quite a distance between them. But there was no other way. Who asked him to refine and absorb these 2 types of celestial manifestations essences to be the most efficient? The benefits obtained from refining one celestial manifestations essences were greater than the benefits obtained from refining several other celestial manifestations essences. After understanding his needs, Qunzong immediately left the gathering place of the continent of the 9 clouds and headed in the direction of the Tomb of Soldiers. The Tomb of Soldiers was the gathering place of the weapon manifestations. According to Guru A, the weapon manifestations in the Tomb of Soldiers were all kinds of weapons, which made Chunzong feel quite curious. The weapon manifestations were really very interesting. After about half a day, Chunzong arrived at the Tomb of Soldiers. He stepped into the Tomb of Soldiers and saw the weapon manifestations. Chapter 25-29. The Tomb of Weapons stretched as far as the eye could see. The aura was gray and dim. When Chunzong stepped into it, he could feel the intertwining aura of sharpness and fierceness in the air. Chunzong stepped into the Tomb of Weapons. Not long after he stepped into it, a wind-breaking sound was heard. A cold and domineering light suddenly appeared in the air. It was a blade light, a huge blade light that was more than 10 meters long. The blade light was dazzling and biting cold. It seemed to tear the sky apart as it came from the side, as if it wanted to cut Chunzong in half. Chunzong moved his feet and dodged the blade light by a hair's breadth. The blade light almost brushed past Chunzong's body, leaving a long mark on the ground. After the blade light passed, Chunzong saw a figure 100 meters away. It was a huge blade that was a few meters long. It was the powerful slash it had made. Weapon form. The huge blade was the weapon form in the Tomb of Weapons. To be more specific, it was the saber form in the weapon form. It could also be abbreviated as the saber form. The strength of the celestial form had nothing to do with its size. It was not that the bigger the body, the stronger the celestial form. Therefore, the only way to determine the strength of the celestial form was to sense its aura. A strong aura meant that the celestial form was strong. Otherwise, a weak aura meant that the celestial form was weak. By sensing the aura, one could determine the strength of the celestial form and then determine whether one could kill it. If one sensed wrongly and provoked a powerful celestial form, one would be killed and left the divine image secret realm, leaving behind a strand of celestial form essence that would be devoured by the celestial form. Such cases were not rare. This was why cultivators could not explore too far after entering the divine image secret realm. Chunzong's perception was very strong. He instantly sensed that the saber form's aura was not very strong. It was similar to the lion form that he had killed before. In a flash, Chunzong immediately approached the saber form. In an instant, his sword left his waist and attacked in the air. Sword technique. A sword technique that pierced through the sky. It combined the power of two great Daos and was extremely powerful. The great saber soldier was immediately hit, but it was not broken. Instead, it was sent flying. A crack appeared on the saber, and its aura dissipated. Chunzong's sword was just the beginning. Sword after sword, like a shadow, each sword took control of the surroundings, making it impossible for the giant saber avatar to dodge. It was constantly hit by the sword, and every sword strike would cause a gap to appear on the saber avatar. Cracks rapidly spread, and finally, the saber avatar shattered, turning into countless fragments that shot in all directions. Those fragments scattered in midair, turning into countless auras that merged into the air and disappeared. Only the essence of the divine avatar remained. The level of strength of the great blade form was not much different from that of a lion from before. They both belonged to the relatively ordinary level of strength among the celestial forms of gods. According to the division of ranks, it should belong to the lower level. However, the difference in size between the two was huge. Chunzong first refined and absorbed the divine avatar essence of a lion, and then he refined and absorbed a dozen divine avatars in advance in the Jotian Pavilion of the gathering place of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Although it was to test which divine avatar essence was most useful to him, it also made his divine avatar body more condensed invisibly. Although cultivators could not judge the strength of the celestial forms of gods based on their size, they could judge by their aura. The most direct way to judge was through actual combat. Therefore, over the years, the celestial forms have been divided into different levels: low level, middle level, high level, and top level. The low level corresponded to a cultivator's divine avatar of 90 feet, and the middle level corresponded to a divine avatar of 100 feet. A divine avatar of 100 feet was the level of breaking through the limit and stepping into the limit. Therefore, the difference between a low-level celestial form of gods and a middle-level celestial form of gods was very obvious. Its strength could be said to be overwhelming. Even at the low level, there were strong and weak divine avatars, but the differences were too subtle and could not be further divided. Chunzong continued to walk into the tomb of weapons as he refined the essence of the great saber form. Not long after, Chunzong was attacked again. The attacker was a group of spear forms that were close to 10 feet long. The attack broke through the air and pierced through everything with terrifying power. The divine avatar's aura was much stronger than the great saber form from before, but it was still at the low level. Chunzong drew his sword and immediately used the heart swordsmanship to fight with it. Although it was more difficult to kill, it was still killed by Chunzong. The intra-level heart swordsmanship was indeed very good. It allowed Chunzong to control his surroundings and better avoid his opponent's attacks. When he attacked with his sword, it was more difficult for his opponent to dodge. In the Tomb of Weapons, Chunzong kept looking for and killing divine avatars to obtain the essence of the divine avatars. At the same time, Chunzong also found that fighting with divine avatars was very helpful for sharpening his swordsmanship. Because divine avatars were the forms of various weapons, their application was also related to the respective weapons. The more powerful the divine avatar was, the more advanced the development of the divine avatar would be. For example, the saber form was like a saber artist using saber techniques. Of course, that saber technique was the basic saber technique, not the Great Path saber technique, because the divine avatars did not master the power of the Great Path. Their power came from their own bodies, which was very shocking. In other words, when it came to the power of the divine avatar's body, a cultivator could not compare with the divine avatars. Only by combining the power of the divine avatar's body with the power of the Great Path that one had mastered, as well as various martial arts techniques, could one fight against the divine avatars and even kill them. To put it simply, the divine avatars relied more on the power of instinct, but the power of instinct also meant that it was directed to the essence. Hunt, refine, improve. Chunzong kept repeating this process. A divine avatar of 90 feet could stay in the divine avatar's secret realm for a month. When the time was up, it would be expelled from the divine avatar's secret realm. After that, it would have to rest for a month before it could enter again. Therefore, time was very important. In the divine avatar's body, it did not need to eat or drink, but it would still feel tired. When tired, it could be recovered by resting. Unknowingly, Chunzong had stayed in the Tomb of Soldiers for about 10 days. However, there was no cycle of the sun rising and the moon setting. Every day was the same. After 10 days, Chunzong had hunted nearly 100 soldiers and refined nearly 100 divine avatars' essences. Including the dozen that he had refined before, he had more than 100 in total. These divine avatars' essences made Chunzong's divine avatar's body more solid, and the power it contained became more tyrannical. It had imperceptibly increased the strength of Chunzong's divine avatar. However, Chunzong still did not feel the limit. He was far from it. If he wanted to reach the limit, he would need at least several times more divine avatar's essences. Indeed, it was not easy to break the limit of the divine avatar's body and break through to the low realm. Buzz, buzz. A series of trembling sounds came from afar. The sound was as clear as spring water, and it was continuous. It contained an indescribable sharpness and coldness that came through the void. Chunzong's body trembled slightly, and the divine image, sword at his waist, seemed to be affected as well. Chunzong's eyes flashed. He took a step forward and flew towards the source of the sword cry. Not long after, he saw strands of sword chi spurting out from the ground, as if it had broken a hole in the ground. Immediately, he saw a shadow slowly rising from the crack in the ground. It gradually solidified and finally turned into a long sword, about 3 feet long, suspended in the air. The sword was completely black, and the hilt was like sections of bamboo. However, the blood grooves on both sides of the sword ridge were silver white, and the blade was silver white. It seemed to be extremely sharp. Is this the sword in weapon form? Chunzong narrowed his eyes and stared at it. He had hunted nearly 100 weapon forms, and many of them were sword and weapon forms. However, he had never seen a sword and weapon form with such an appearance. It looked very strange and extraordinary. The aura of the sword also gave Chunzong a feeling that it was not the same as a weapon form. While Chunzong was still observing, suddenly, a figure rushed from afar like a flash of light. It reached out without hesitation and directly grabbed the sword that was 3 feet long. Just as the hand was about to grab the sword, a sudden change occurred. In an instant, the sword actually moved to the side, avoiding the huge hand that was grabbing at it. At the same time, as if it was being held in the hand of a peerless swordsman, the sword was directly raised, and an extremely sharp and cold sword light slashed towards the huge hand, as if it was going to directly cut in half. Sword 1's attacks were continuous, and there was no pause at all. One sword followed by another. There was no defense at all. There was only attack, endless attack, endless attack. Chunzong watched from the side, mainly to observe the swordsmanship of the sword. It was just a basic swordsmanship, and it looked very ordinary. However, every sword move was simple and direct, and there was a sense of precision. It was as if there was something extraordinary in the ordinary, and it gave Chunzong a different feeling. As for the other figure, it was the divine image of a cultivator. It was 9 feet tall, and it did not break the limit. However, the divine image was very solid, and there was a sense that it was condensed. It was even stronger than Chunzong's. Slash! The divine image swung the sword, and it broke through the air. Suddenly, it fought fiercely with the sword that was 3 feet long. Is that sword not a divine image, but a divine image heavenly soldier? Chunzong could not help but wonder. The divine image heavenly soldier was a unique existence that was born in the divine image secret realm. It was different from the divine images of the heavens. It was a type of weapon that could be held by the body of a divine image. When the body of a divine image entered the divine image secret realm, it could not bring anything else with it. The weapon used was also condensed from the power of the divine image. It was a part of the body of the divine image. The weapon was only used to display what the divine image had learned. It did not have any other power. For example, the divine image sword used by Chunzong's divine image body was like this. However, in the divine image secret realm, the divine image heavenly soldier would be condensed and born. It had extraordinary power. Once it was held by the body of a divine image, it could display extraordinary power and increase the strength of the body of the divine image. Its appearance was very strange, and it was different from ordinary swords. The speculation that it was a divine image heavenly soldier might be true. Thinking of this, Chunzong's eyes lit up. If he could obtain a divine image heavenly sword, it would increase his strength by a lot. If his strength increased, he would be able to hunt divine images of the heavens and obtain their essence. He would also be able to break through the limit faster and reach a higher level. Chapter 25:30. Monthly votes, monthly votes. Brothers, give me some monthly votes. Although the divine manifestation, heavenly sword had extraordinary power, it was still limited. After a long battle, it was finally suppressed by the cultivator and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Slash! The godly aspect heavenly sword suddenly erupted. The sword body shone brightly as it suddenly slashed out. The sword light was shockingly bright, and its power was extremely tyrannical. The sword light was like a heavenly river pouring down in torrents. It had a shocking might that could destroy everything. Heavenly light. That cultivator let out a low roar. The sword in his hand suddenly emitted an extremely dazzling light. The light was like water and was filled with astonishing might. In an instant, it exploded and blasted out. It was as if the sword had broken through the air and shattered everything. The sword light collided. The light of the divine manifestation, heavenly sword shattered and was directly sent flying in the direction where Chunzong was. Seeing the divine manifestation, heavenly sword flying towards him, Chunzong did not dodge. Instead, he attacked directly. The sword light was extremely fast, and the cold light flickered. It was extremely shocking and was about to escape into the distance in an instant. It seemed to be very sudden, but also very natural. A large hand that was suffused with wisps of halo appeared naturally. The 5 fingers opened and then gently grasped. It was as if it had been practiced countless times. The 5 fingers clasped together and grabbed the hilt of the divine manifestation heavenly sword. As soon as the sword was in his hand, it immediately exploded with a powerful force. It tried to shake off Chunzong's hand and take the opportunity to escape. However, Chunzong seemed to have been prepared. His 5 fingers clasped together and burst with a powerful force. He held the hilt firmly and did not let the divine manifestation heavenly sword escape. The more the sword struggled, the happier Chunzong was. This was because the more it struggled, the more power it contained. Hand over the divine manifestation heavenly sword. The cultivator who had attacked the divine manifestation heavenly sword immediately chased after him. As he shouted, his voice was cold. His eyes shone with a shocking cold light. His power roared and his killing intent surged. As his voice fell, an extremely terrifying sword light also blasted through the air. He didn't care who Chunzong was and directly attacked, intending to kill Chunzong. Chunzong's expression was stern. His body moved, and he immediately burst out with an astonishing speed. However, there was an indescribable agility in him as he retreated in an instant. The sword in his hand was still struggling. Chunzong kept increasing his strength in an attempt to subdue it. The ferocious sword light pierced through the air. It didn't hit Chunzong, but it shattered the ground and carved out a long gully. Immediately after, the second sword slashed across the sky. The sword light transformed into a crescent moon that slashed horizontally with shocking might. Chunzong retreated and dodged again, using his profound movement techniques and super fast speed to deal with it, while subduing the divine manifestation heavenly sword. Under the impact of Chunzong's power and sword will, the divine manifestation heavenly sword's resistance gradually weakened. In the end, it couldn't resist at all. In the next moment, an ice-cold aura surged out of the divine manifestation heavenly sword. However, it wasn't a resistance force. Instead, it flowed through Chunzong's palm and into Chunzong's arm. It quickly circulated and permeated the body of the divine manifestation. It was a stream of will that belonged to the divine manifestation heavenly sword itself. It was very simple. It belonged to the divine manifestation heavenly sword itself. This meant that the divine manifestation heavenly sword had truly submitted to Chunzong. It allowed Chunzong to control it and unleash its true power. At the same time, it also allowed Chunzong to have a deeper understanding of the divine manifestation heavenly sword. In the divine manifestation secret realm, other than the divine manifestation essence, the better thing was the divine manifestation source. The divine manifestation heavenly sword was also a kind of opportunity. When the divine manifestation heavenly sword's aura flowed into Chunzong's divine manifestation body, Chunzong also learned the name of the divine manifestation heavenly sword. The heavenly river sword. It's a good sword, but it's too small. Chunzong couldn't help but think to himself. His divine manifestation body was 90 feet tall, and he was used to using a long sword. The 30-foot heavenly river sword was only a short sword compared to his 30-foot divine manifestation body. Although he could use a short sword to display his sword skills and AOWU, and display the power that he should have, Chunzong still preferred a long sword. As if it had sensed Chunzong's thoughts, The 30-foot heavenly river sword in his hand suddenly emitted a deep blue halo. It surged and circulated endlessly like a tide. As the deep blue light surged, Chunzong could acutely and clearly feel that the body of the sword was lengthening and enlarging. It seemed like a long time, but in fact it was only a moment. The heavenly river sword grew from its original 30-foot length to 50-foot length, and its width also increased a little. A 50-foot sword was just right for a 30-foot divine manifestation body. Since the heavenly river sword had been subdued, Chunzong didn't dodge anymore. Facing his opponent's sword light again, Chunzong chose to counterattack. His figure flashed, and his body and sword became one. He directly rushed forward, and his sword broke through the air. His swordsmanship was extremely ingenious. You actually want to fight me in close combat. His opponent was stunned at first, and then showed a look of disdain. The sword light turned, and he immediately displayed a wonderful swordsmanship to fight with Chunzong. Once this person displayed his swordsmanship, the sword light seemed to be constantly rotating, guiding and repelling all forces. Sword after sword, it seemed to be connected with each other. Each sword and each ring had an indescribable sense of mystery. It was obviously at the level of a basic swordsmanship, but it was more mysterious than an ordinary basic swordsmanship. Chunzong was delighted to see this. He immediately displayed the heart sword art and fought fiercely with his opponent. After a while, the cultivator was shocked. It should be known that he was displaying the fundamental swordsmanship of the 7 profound swordsmanship sect, the 7 profound swordsmanship. The 7 profound swordsmanship sect was one of the 9 overlords in the 9 heavens universe, and it was the top one. It could be said to be the leader of the 9 overlords and the number 1 force in the 9 heavens universe. In terms of foundation and overall strength, there was still a gap between the 9 heavens imperial court and the 7 profound swordsmanship sect. The 7 profound swordsmanship sect was a sect of sword cultivators. They mainly cultivated the sword, and they had amazing accumulation and attainments in swordsmanship. The 7 profound swordsmanship was created and perfected by the ancestors of the 7 profound swordsmanship sect generation after generation. Until now, it had become a superb basic swordsmanship. Every disciple of the 7 profound swordsmanship sect would cultivate this swordsmanship to lay a solid foundation in swordsmanship. With the heart sword art at the entry level, Chunzong had a clearer perception of his surroundings. Therefore, he could feel that his opponent's swordsmanship was extraordinary. The sword lights were continuous and interlocked with each other. They filled the surroundings as if they were sealing off all his escape routes. He was like a trapped beast. Chunzong felt that the sword lights around him were continuous and filled with an amazing sword pressure. It came from all directions and suppressed him. It was invisible and wanted to suppress and restrain him, weakening his strength. After displaying the 7 profound swordsmanship sect to the extreme, the 7 profound swordsmanship sect's disciples' eyes emitted a shocking cold light. A deep killing intent also erupted in an instant. The sword brought about layers of sword shadows. Those sword shadows gathered into one in an instant and bloomed with an intense light. It was so dazzling that it seemed to be able to pierce through everything. This sword also carried an extremely terrifying power that wanted to shatter everything. 9th stage AO Wu. 7 profound, void-fragmenting heavenly light. The 7 profound swordsmanship interlocked with each other and suppressed Chunzong from all directions. This sword was a killing move. Chunzong couldn't dodge it. Even if he wanted to resist, he would be restrained by the power of the 7 profound swordsmanship. It would be difficult for him to exert his strength. The void-fragmenting heavenly light had been cultivated to the peak of the 9th stage AO Wu's level. Boom! Chunzong's body was hit and shattered in an instant. However, the 7 profound swordsmanship sect's disciples' ferocious face turned into astonishment, because at that moment, he didn't feel that he had hit a physical body. What he hit was only a shadow. How could this be? Under his 7 profound swordsmanship, his opponent should be suppressed and couldn't break free in a short time. He could only face his killing move head-on. But what was going on now? What he didn't know was that although the 7 profound swordsmanship was amazing, this person's attainment was still not enough. He was only at the level of basic swordsmanship. On the other hand, Chunzong's heart swordsmanship was a great way swordsmanship, which was extraordinary. In particular, the heart swordsmanship enhanced Chunzong's perception and control of the surroundings, making it easier for him to find the tracks and patterns. If it weren't for the mystery of the 7 profound swordsmanship, Chunzong wouldn't have been trapped. Even if he was trapped, he could have broken free and made his opponent's killing move miss. After dodging his opponent's sure kill attack, Chunzong appeared at the side. He immediately raised the Heavenly River Sword in his hand, and all of his power surged into the Heavenly River Sword. With the Heavenly River Sword's own power fusing together, it turned into a deep blue color, surging like waves in the ocean, majestic and endless. Amazing strength kept condensing in it. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of waves, which gradually became stronger and more obvious. The deep blue was like a surging wave, constantly attacking and increasing its power. Slash! Chunzong slashed down with his sword right away. Instantly, the deep blue-colored light was like layer upon layer of ceaseless waves as it blasted out completely. The image of a long river seemed to have appeared in the surroundings, and it surged mightily with shocking might as it directly blasted towards the disciples of the 7 profound sword sect. Stop! The disciple of the 7 profound sword sect's expression suddenly changed. He felt an irresistible power from his sword, as vast and mighty as the Milky Way. On the 7 profound sword sects. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, he was engulfed by the sword light that was as deep as the heavenly river. His 90 feet tall divine image was also obliterated. Where the Milky Way sword light passed, the body of the divine image disappeared, leaving a sword mark that was hundreds of meters long on the ground. It was very shocking, and there was still a wisp of divine image essence left on the ground. Chunzong immediately absorbed the wisp of divine image essence and refined it without hesitation. A strange look appeared on his face. The refining speed of this wisp of divine image essence was even faster than refining the weapon image essence. Moreover, the absorption efficiency was much better. Could it be that killing other cultivators' divine image bodies and obtaining their divine image essences is the best way? Chunzong could not help but think. If that was the case, it would be a little shocking. However, Chunzong did not think too much about it. The weak were prey to the strong, and it was the same everywhere. However, the power of the Milky Way sword's attack was beyond Chunzong's expectation. It was really powerful, more powerful than any of the AO Wu techniques that he had mastered. Chapter 25:31. The Sword Cloud continent was one of the 9 continents in the 9 Clouds universe. It was also the most vast continent. There were many forces on the Sword Cloud continent, but the most tyrannical overlord was the 7 profound sword sect. Within an abode in the 7 profound sword sect, an invisible door seemed to have opened above the head of a figure that was originally sitting motionlessly. An array of light and shadow instantly charged out from the invisible door and directly poured into the head of the figure. His body suddenly trembled, and his originally closed eyes opened in an instant. A cold light shot out from his eyes, filled with hatred and murderous intent. "You dare to kill me? You're dead." He immediately rose to his feet, filled with rage and killing intent as he left his immortal's cave and headed to another location. In the Tomb of Weapons in the Divine Aspect Secret Realm, Chunzong's strength became more and more tyrannical with the Milky Way sword in his hand. The Milky Way sword contained great power. After Chunzong had sorted out and mastered the mysteries of the sword, he could perform a powerful AO Wu move, Collapse of the Milky Way. He infused his own strength into the Milky Way sword's power and released it. The sword chi gathered into a long river like the Milky Way pouring down in torrents. Not only did it explode with tyrannical power in an instant, but it also didn't explode in an instant. It was continuous. It was violent and continuous. It was like a torrent bursting through a dam. It was terrifying. Therefore, the collapse of the Milky Way sword had broken through the limit and reached the 10th level AO Wu. Shenzong had mastered several AO Wu skills, but they were only at the 9th level AO Wu. The 9th level was the limit under normal circumstances. The 10th level was the limit of the extreme realm. There was another name for the 10th level AO Wu, which was the low extreme realm AO Wu. The extreme realm meant breaking through the limit. It was extremely difficult. 9 was the number of extremes. Whether it was in the void or in the universe, it was a law. Breaking the number of extremes was the extreme realm. Entering the extreme realm meant a shocking increase in strength. Divine aspect, Great Tao, AO Wu. These are the important factors that form the strength of a divine phase realm expert. Breaking through any kind of limit and stepping into the pinnacle realm would bring about a clear increase in strength. If all three of them broke through their limits and stepped into the limiter state, the increase would be even more shocking. The extreme realm was further divided into the low extreme realm, the high extreme realm, and the transcendent realm. The increase in strength brought about by each breakthrough was astonishing. Shenzong had yet to break through his limits and step into the extreme realm. However, with the Sky River sword in his hand, he could unleash the AO Wu's Fall of the Sky River, which was the low realm. This meant that he had grasped the power of the low realm. This not only made Chunzong stronger, but it also gave Chunzong a new opportunity. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. With the Milky Way sword in hand, Chunzong's strength increased significantly. His efficiency in killing soldier form increased more than twofold. Chunzong was even considering whether he should go deeper into the Tomb of Arms to hunt for mid-level armaments. Outside the Tomb of Arms, 3 figures appeared. They quickly approached and stepped into the Tomb of Arms. These 3 figures were all 90 feet tall, but they were very solid, as if they had been condensed to the extreme. All 3 of them had a divine aspect sword behind their backs. Their auras were sharp, as if they were filled with sword chi. Their eyes were extremely sharp. Junior brothers, let's split into 3 groups and find the person who dared to kill junior brother Wei Yuan. We'll take back the divine aspect heavenly sword. One of them said. Okay. The 3 of them immediately split up and flew in different directions, looking for the so-called murderer. Not long after, one of them found Chunzong. According to junior brother Wei Yuan's description, the 7 profound sword sect disciple immediately made a judgment. This person was the murderer who killed junior brother Wei Yuan and took away the divine aspect heavenly sword. Chunzong was killing a divine aspect to obtain the divine aspect essence when he immediately felt a cold, murderous intent. From the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of a cold light piercing through the air. The cold light was extremely fast, and it was extremely shocking. It was as if it could pierce through everything. It was filled with an extremely shocking, murderous intent. From the aura, Chunzong felt a trace of familiarity. It was the same as the aura of the 7 profound sword sect disciple that he had killed before. Needless to say, this person was also a disciple of the 7 profound sword sect. Chunzong's figure flashed, and his feet shifted. Using seemingly simple but mysterious steps, he dodged the sword light. In an instant, the Milky Way sword met the attack. The sword stabbed out diagonally, and it directly pierced through the opponent without mercy. You're courting death. The 7 profound sword sect's disciple instantly grunted coldly. Then his sword light spun and transformed into a ring. After that, sword after sword, the swords connected together and transformed into numerous rings of sword light that attacked from all directions, and it seemed as if it wanted to trap Chunzong's limbs. The 7 profound swordsmanship. In Chunzong's opinion, The 7 profound swordsmanship displayed by this person seemed to be more brilliant than the 7 profound sword sect disciple that he had killed before. However, to Qinzong, it was still nothing. It could not be compared with his heart swordsmanship because this person had not yet deduced the 7 profound swordsmanship to the level of the Great Path sword technique. Relying on the superb heart swordsmanship, Qinzong continued to contend with this person. Under the Heart Sutra, he attacked while observing the mysteries contained in it. Stones from other mountains could be used to polish jade. Absorbing the essence of other people's swordsmanship could be integrated into one's own body. This had always been the path that Qinzong walked, and it was also the path of swordsmanship that Qinzong followed. Suppression. Under the heart swordsmanship, the opponent's 7 profound swordsmanship was immediately suppressed by Qinzong. He could only continue to erupt and display his swordsmanship to the extreme, which allowed Qinzong to see more of the 7 profound swordsmanship's mysteries. The 7 profound sword sect disciple was extremely shocked. His 7 profound swordsmanship was brilliant. There were not many people in the 7 profound sword sect who could defeat him. The 7 profound sword sect was the strongest force in the 9 heavens universe, and the 7 profound swordsmanship was recognized as the strongest swordsmanship in the 9 heavens universe. But now, he was actually suppressed in terms of swordsmanship. His opponent's swordsmanship was superb and unpredictable. Every sword strike was precise and mysterious, as if it was aimed at the flaws in his body. Even if there were no flaws, he would unknowingly reveal them under his opponent's swordsmanship. Suddenly, the 7 profound sword sect disciple clenched his left hand, condensed his strength, and bounced it up into the sky. It was a sword chi that suddenly exploded high up in the sky. The explosion looked like a blooming flower. Qinzong narrowed his eyes slightly. His thoughts turned like lightning, and many thoughts came to his mind in an instant. 2 long howls sounded from different directions and rapidly approached. It was indeed a signal for help. Qinzong did not retreat. Instead, he continued to suppress his opponent with a heart swordsmanship while waiting for help to arrive. He wanted to see how strong the helper was. If the reinforcements were strong, then he would retreat immediately. If not, then he would kill them directly. Not long after, the other 2 disciples of the 7 profound sword sect arrived. Although they were very solid, they had not broken through the limit. Senior brothers, come and help me. The 7 profound sword sect disciple who was suppressed by Qinzong's swordsmanship immediately shouted. Yes. Suddenly, 2 sword lights swept across the sky. The 3 of them joined forces to deal with Qinzong. 7 profound swordsmanship. The 3 of them were using the 7 profound swordsmanship. Qinzong immediately discovered that there were subtle differences in the 7 profound swordsmanship that the 3 of them used. However, this was normal. After all, there would be subtle differences when the same swordsmanship was used by different people. It was closely related to a person's body, temperament, experience, and other aspects. 1 against 3. These 3 people's divine image bodies were more solid than Qinzong's, and their divine image powers were stronger than Qinzong's. Moreover, each of them was powerful and had extraordinary swordsmanship. After all, they had entered the divine image secret realm earlier than Qinzong. Moreover, they could enter the divine image secret realm, which meant that they were at the top level among the disciples of the 7 profound sword sect. However, Qinzong's swordsmanship was even more extraordinary. The combination of 2 great Tao powers made Qinzong's strength not inferior to his opponent's. With the Milky Way sword in hand, his attack power was even stronger. Even if it was 1 against 3, he was still able to handle it with ease. An intense battle. The battle was extremely intense. The 3 disciples of the 7 profound sword sect became more and more surprised and terrified as they fought. This person's swordsmanship was actually so superb. It was unbelievable that a disciple of the 9 heavens imperial court's swordsmanship was superior to their 7 profound sword sect disciples. The reason they could recognize Qinzong's identity was because Qinzong had used the 9 heavens mixed killing technique. That was the supreme secret technique of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Those who weren't from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court were not qualified to cultivate it. The seven profound sword technique couldn't do anything to Chunzong, so the three of them immediately used the powerful Nine Heavens AO Wu. The three sword lights instantly shattered the vacuum and were about to shatter Chunzong's divine image body. The foundation of the seven profound sword sect was the seven profound sword technique, and the profound martial arts that came after were also of the same origin. The people of the seven profound sword sect would all cultivate those profound martial arts, and they would rarely create their own profound martial arts. Even if they did create their own profound martial arts, it would be for the sake of improving their own foundation. Then, they would integrate their comprehension into the profound martial arts inheritance of the seven profound sword sect and increase their profound martial arts level and realm. One must know that the seven profound sword sect had existed for countless years. The seven profound sword technique and the AO Wu of the same origin had been perfected and improved over countless years, becoming more and more astonishing. Chunzong also used the AO Wu to fight. The heart sword technique alone was not enough to resist the AO Wu. Sword lights surged and sword chi shot out violently, splitting the surroundings and leaving behind shocking sword scars. The more the three seven profound sword sect disciples fought, the more shocked they became. The three of them joined forces, but they could not do anything to the opponent. On the contrary, the opponent's counterattack made them feel threatened. Chunzong used the AO Wu and the heart sword technique at the same time. Unknowingly, the three seven profound sword sect disciples moved closer to each other. Chunzong's eyes suddenly lit up. He raised his sword high, and a deep blue color surged like a tide, surging endlessly on the sword. Heavenly River overturned. The sword light was like a heavenly river pouring down in torrents. Its power was boundless and endless, as if it could shatter everything. It was extremely terrifying. Coincidentally, the three seven profound sword sect disciples were in the same line and were immediately cut down. Even if the three of them burst out with their full strength, it was still difficult to resist. The first divine image body was destroyed, the second and third were sent flying. Especially the second, his divine image body was half destroyed. Although the third was not destroyed, his divine image body was weakened by several times. Graceful lightning. Since he wanted to kill, then he would kill thoroughly. Chunzong did not hesitate and attacked again. The sword light turned into lightning and swept across the sky. Chapter 25-32. After 3 consecutive kills, Chunzong obtained 3 more godly phantoms essences and immediately refined them, causing his godly phantoms to become more solid. As expected, refining and absorbing the godly phantoms of cultivators has the best effect. Chunzong finally confirmed it. However, Chunzong did not plan to transform into an evil spirit and hunt down cultivators' godly phantoms. It was not in line with his nature. I wonder if I can hunt down a mid-level soldier phantoms with my current strength. The fallen Heavenly River was a 10th level AO Wu. Although it could not be enhanced by the 9-fold mixed killing secret technique, it was still very powerful. If he could hunt down a mid-level soldier phantoms and obtain their godly phantoms essences, it would be more beneficial and efficient for him to refine his godly phantoms. Perhaps he could break through his limit and step into the low extremity in a shorter time. However, it was a pity that he could only enter the most basic mortal realm in the divine image secret realm. Within the mortal realm, the godly phantoms were all low level and could not reach the mid-level. A 90-foot godly phantoms could enter the mortal realm of the divine image secret realm. A 10-foot godly phantoms could not enter the mortal realm and could only enter the low extremity of the divine image secret realm. Otherwise, Wu Yuan of the 7 profound sword sect might ask his senior brother, who had broken through his limit, to avenge him. In the weapon tomb, Chunzong continued to look for soldier phantoms to hunt. After the 3 disciples of the 7 profound sword sect returned to their bodies, they were furious and immediately left their cave abodes to look for their other senior brothers. "How dare you kill the disciples of my 7 profound sword sect just by relying on the divine image heavenly sword?" A woman with long hair like a waterfall had a cold glint flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, an extremely shocking aura spread out from her body. The aura was like a sword, emitting an extremely cold sharpness. It filled the surroundings and cut through everything. The disciples of the 7 profound sword sect who were standing not far away trembled uncontrollably with a horrified expression. She was even stronger. Senior Sister Xueji was even stronger. Her sword intent was extremely cold and sharp. In front of her, they could not resist at all. It was as if they would be killed with just a thought. "The few of you, go and ask junior brother Hao Ming to help." Senior Sister Xueji's eyes flashed coldly as she said to the 3 disciples of the 7 profound sword sect. "Yes, Senior Sister." The 3 of them replied respectfully. They all knew that it was impossible to ask Senior Sister Xueji to take revenge. It was not that she was unwilling, but that she could not enter the mortal plane of the divine aspect secret realm. Senior Sister Xueji was now a cultivator of the high plane. When she entered the divine aspect secret realm, she would directly enter the high plane. Their goal was to get Senior Sister Snowpole to speak up and get Senior Brother Haoming to take action. Senior Brother Haoming was the strongest expert in the 7 profound sword sect beneath the divine phenomenon realm. His 7 profound sword technique had been deduced to the level of Grand Tao sword techniques, and his strength was terrifying to the extreme. With Senior Brother Haoming making a move, that 9 Heavens Imperial Court disciple was dead meat. As for directly heading to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court to find trouble with that person, that was impossible. First of all, Sword Cloud's continent was quite far from Heaven Continent. Even with the speed of a 5th-level cultivator, it would take a few years to reach there. Of course, a 6th-level cultivator could reach there in a short time. However, a 6th-level cultivator was a sect guardian in the 7 profound sword sect. How could they show up just because of some conflicts in the divine aspect secret realm? That would be too embarrassing. Even a 5th-level cultivator would not show up because of this. Second of all, each faction had an invisible rule that all conflicts and grudges within the divine aspect secret realm were within the divine aspect secret realm. They had to be resolved within the divine aspect secret realm and could not be spread outside. After all, death within the divine aspect secret realm was not a true death. The loss was not too great and could be recovered. However, death in a conflict outside the divine aspect secret realm was a true death that could not be undone. Another point was that if the conflicts within the divine aspect secret realm were to spread outside the divine aspect secret realm, it would only be mocked and made people feel that they could not afford to lose. Outside the 9 heavens gathering place in the divine aspect secret realm, an invisible door seemed to be opened. Streaks of light fell and quickly condensed into a physical body. Divine aspect body. There were as many as 5 divine aspect bodies. Each of them was very solid, as if they were real bodies of flesh and blood. It was obvious that they had condensed to the limit of a 90-meter-tall divine aspect, and were only a step away from breaking through. However, that line had blocked countless people since ancient times, causing them to be unable to break through the limit and take that step. Senior Brother Hao Ming. According to the 3 junior brothers, the people from the 9 Heavens Imperial Court should be in the Tomb of Weapons. Let's go to the Tomb of Weapons. The leader was cold and stern, and even his voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took a step forward and turned into a streak of light. He was very fast and headed in the direction of the Tomb of Weapons. Not long after, the 5 disciples of the 7 profound sword sect arrived at the Tomb of Weapons. They quickly stepped into it and spread out to search for Chunzong's whereabouts. Unfortunately, after searching the Tomb of Weapons, they did not find Chunzong's whereabouts. Senior Brother Hao Ming, I didn't find that person. I didn't find him either. I didn't find him either. Hao Ming himself did not find him either. In the entire tomb of weapons, other than the core area, we have searched all the other places. The person that the three junior brothers mentioned is not there. The most central area was often the most dangerous place. Up until now, it had been proven countless times that entering the most central area of the gathering grounds of deities, the probability of death was as high as 100%. Even if one didn't die, it was impossible to stay inside. This was because not only were large amounts of deity images of the heavens residing in the core region, due to certain reasons, the deity images of the heavens there were even more powerful, surpassing their original strength by half a level. However, the divine aspect essence obtained from killing the divine aspects would not be better. Therefore, no one was willing to enter the core area to kill the divine aspects of the divine aspect gathering grounds. Investigate. A cold light flickered in Hao Ming's eyes. He was originally cultivating to break through the limit of the divine aspect and reach the supreme boundary. However, because of senior sister Xueji's words, he had to come out of seclusion. He was filled with killing intent toward the Nine Heavens Imperial Court disciple. He originally planned to enter the divine aspect secret realm and kill the disciple before leaving to continue his seclusion. He did not expect to find nothing. Yes, the other 7 mystery sword sect disciples immediately responded. The 5 of them quickly left the tomb of weapons and returned to the gathering place of the Nine Heavens to find Chunzong. Unfortunately, Chunzong's time in the divine aspect secret realm was up. Just as they entered, he left the divine aspect secret realm and returned to his original body. After Chunzong returned to his original body, he felt that his primordial spirit dharma was filled with power. The power did not directly increase his overall strength, but it gave Chunzong a strange feeling. It was as if he was approaching a critical point. In addition, the divine aspect heavenly sword had also entered his primordial spirit dharma. However, outside the divine aspect secret realm, although the divine aspect heavenly sword could be taken out, it could not release any power. Let's meditate first, Chunzong thought. He had 2 divine aspects, the chi refining divine aspect and the body refining divine aspect. Now, he needed time to enter the chi refining divine aspect again. However, he could enter the body refining divine aspect now, but Chunzong planned to meditate on everything he had gained in the divine aspect secret realm first. The divine aspect secret realm was not only a place to obtain the essence of the divine aspect to break through the limit, but it was also an excellent place to train. In the tomb of weapons, Chunzong had fought with the divine aspects again and again. More than 200 battles had given Chunzong a great battle experience, especially with the different divine aspects, which had further broadened Chunzong's horizons. In addition, there was the 7 mystery sword technique of the 7 mystery sword sect. It was a superb sword technique. Although the disciples of the 7 mystery sword sect had not deduced it to the level of the Great Path sword technique, Chunzong had observed some of its mysteries. Finally, there was the divine aspect heavenly sword. The divine aspect heavenly sword itself had extraordinary power. It was naturally formed and contained mysteries. It was also worth studying. Because of this, Chunzong did not enter the divine aspect secret realm immediately. He went into seclusion and meditated. Once again, he spent quite a bit of time comprehending. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Inside the Heart Sword Palace's seclusion room, the 9 sword patterns that were so condensed that they seemed to be solid spread out between Chunzong's eyebrows. They released an astonishing sharpness, as if they could tear through everything and penetrate everything. Wisps of sword chi spread out in all directions, as if they were cutting the void around them. His long hair swayed without wind. Every strand of hair seemed to be affected by the sword chi and became sharp. They seemed to be able to penetrate steel and contain terrifying power. If such strands of hair were placed in the original void, there would be treasures sought after by many cultivators below the mighty prowess realm, and even those in the Tao manipulation realm. The sword chi kept drifting, condensing, and accumulating. It became more and more intense and powerful. It filled the secret realm as if it was turning into a sword chi domain. The power of the sword chi was enough to tear a second realm cultivator apart and turn them into dust. Ordinary third realm cultivators would be injured or even killed in it. The thousands of sword chi became more and more intense. In the end, as if all the swords had returned to their master, they actually shot out together as cold light shot out from Chunzong's eyes. They seemed to want to pierce through Chunzong and went straight for the space between Chunzong's eyebrows. However, the thousands of sword chi did not pierce through the space between Chunzong's eyebrows. Instead, they gathered there and turned into a peerless sword. With a sudden slash, another sword mark appeared between Chunzong's eyebrows. Immediately after, the peerless sword pierced forward and merged into the faint sword mark inch by inch. As the sword pierced in, the sword mark became clearer and clearer. The sharpness and aura that it emitted also became more and more intense. When the sword completely pierced into the sword mark had also condensed to a certain extent and appeared between Chunzong's eyebrows. Sword pattern. It was another sword pattern. In fact, it was the 10th sword pattern. There were 9 sword patterns. The 10th pattern represented breaking through the limit and stepping into the pinnacle level. It was the lesser ultimate sword pattern. Although it was not completely condensed to the maximum, Chunzong could still feel the shocking power contained in it. The power of the lesser ultimate level is indeed very strong. Chunzong could not help but be secretly shocked. As expected, the power of breaking through the limit was not to be underestimated. Since I've already broken through the limit and successfully condensed the 10th sword pattern, I have to continue condensing the sword pattern to be able to unleash the power that it should have. Chunzong thought to himself. His eyes shone brightly. Besides, Aowu also needs to comprehend further. Perhaps there's a chance of breaking through the limit. Chapter 25:33. In the gathering place of the 9 clouds cultivators in the celestial image secret world, outside the 9 heavens pavilion, many celestial images with swords on their backs stood there, blocking the entrance of the 9 heavens pavilion. Their sharp and cold auras mixed together and filled the area. It was terrifying even from a distance. Aren't those the disciples of the 7 profound sword sect? Some people who had entered the divine image secret realm again after a period of time were astonished when they saw this scene. Why are the disciples of the 7 profound sword sect outside the 9 heavens pavilion? They seem to be blocking the entrance. After all, there were so many disciples of the 7 profound sword sect. There were more than 30 of them. It was definitely unusual for such a large-scale movement. In addition, the 30 disciples of the 7 profound sword sect were filled with sword chi. They looked cold and solemn, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. No matter how one looked at it, they didn't seem to be guests. Instead, they seemed to be looking for trouble. No matter how bad one's eyesight was, they could still see that something was wrong. I don't know the exact reason, but it's said that a true disciple of the 9 heavens imperial court killed many people of the 7 profound sword sect and stole a godly image heavenly sword. The people of the 7 profound sword sect went crazy looking for him, but they couldn't find him. In the end, they were so angry that they directly blocked the entrance of the 9 heavens pavilion, said someone who knew the situation. It said that during this period of time, as long as the people of the 9 heavens pavilion leave the pavilion, they will be killed immediately. There were a few people in the 9 heavens pavilion. They were all true disciples of the 9 heavens imperial court. What's wrong with the 7 profound sword sect? Cursed one of them. They didn't dare to go out because previously, when someone went out, he was immediately surrounded and killed by the people of the 7 profound sword sect. Although fighting wasn't allowed in the gathering place, it was just an agreement. Usually, the agreement was effective, but it was also very fragile. A truly effective agreement required enough strength to maintain it. However, in the gathering place of the 9 clouds, there wasn't any powerful strength to maintain the agreement because everyone had a 90 zhang tall, godly image heavenly body. Their basic strength was similar. Even if some of them were extremely strong, they couldn't represent true authority. Therefore, the seven profound sword sect ignored the agreement. Even if others were furious, they couldn't do anything about it. After all, the seven profound sword sect was the strongest force in the nine firmaments universe. The other 8 overlord forces couldn't fight it one-on-one. As for now, it was a disciple of the nine heavens imperial court that was killed, and it wasn't a member of another power that was killed, so they naturally didn't want to pay any attention to it. If they were to make an appearance and offend the seven profound sword sect, it wouldn't be of any benefit. After all, it wasn't a dispute of benefits, and it was only a dispute of personal feelings. There were only 50 people from the nine heavens imperial court who could enter the divine aspect secret realm, and only 30 people who could enter the mortal realm. However, there were more than 100 people from the seven profound sword sect who could enter the divine aspect secret realm, and more than 50 people who could enter the mortal realm. Currently, there were over 30 disciples of the seven profound sword sect gathered outside the nine heavens pavilion. Even if all 30 disciples of the nine heavens imperial court were to gather together, their numbers would still be incomparable. Moreover, almost 10 disciples of the nine heavens imperial court had been killed by the seven profound sword sect, so they wouldn't be able to enter the divine aspect secret realm for a short period of time. At the entrance of the nine heavens pavilion, a divine aspect body appeared. It was a true disciple of the nine heavens imperial court. However, he didn't walk out of the nine heavens pavilion. Instead, he stood at the entrance and stared at the disciples of the seven profound sword sect. What is your seven profound sword sect trying to do? This disciple was San E, a prodigy from the primordial clan who was ranked 23rd on the nine heavens imperial court's heavenly general ranking. Ask the person who dared to kill and steal the treasure to come out. Ask him to kneel down and apologize. Offer up the divine aspect heavenly sword, and let the 4 junior brothers of our sect kill him once. This will be settled, Hao Ming said unhurriedly. His expression was extremely cold, and his eyes flickered incessantly as though they could see through everything. Impossible. San Yi's expression changed abruptly. This condition was too harsh. Kneel down and apologize, offer up the treasure, and be killed a few times. How humiliating was that? Although death in the divine aspect secret realm wouldn't be a true death, and they would only lose a strand of divine aspect essence that could be replenished later, this method was a form of humiliation. It would undoubtedly destroy a prodigy. Having oneself destroyed and humiliated was even more terrifying than death. It had to be said that the seven profound sword sect condition was too harsh. Even the surrounding onlookers were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. This condition clearly showed that they didn't want to reconcile. Impossible? Then let's continue. The people of my seven profound sword sect aren't that easy to kill. The treasures of my seven profound sword sect aren't that easy to steal. Hao Ming's expression became colder because he had already wasted a lot of time on this matter. The more time he wasted, the angrier he became. The angrier he was, the stronger his killing intent became. As long as I'm here, you people of the nine heavens imperial court won't be able to leave the nine heavens pavilion. The 30 over disciples of the seven profound sword sect had condensed their divine aspect bodies to the limit of 90 feet. The next step was to break through the limit and step into the minor extreme realm. Therefore, even if they didn't go out to hunt divine aspects, it wouldn't be much of a hindrance. They could spare some time to let the people of the nine heavens universe know how foolish it was to make an enemy out of the seven profound sword sect. Even if they had to waste some time and energy, they still had to do it. Only by doing so could the people of the world revere the seven profound sword sect. But then again, the seven profound sword sect had always done things this way since ancient times, so there was nothing strange about it. Seeing that the reconciliation couldn't be reconciled, San Yi retreated. What should we do? A disciple of the nine heavens imperial court frowned. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Now, we can only ask Chun Zong to deal with it himself. What do you mean? Do we really have to do as the people of the seven profound sword sect said? If we do that, our nine heavens imperial court will lose all face. Tell Chunzong that it's not that we want him to do that, but this matter is related to him, so we have to let him know what to do. It's up to him to decide what to do. Soon, the matter came to a conclusion. The Heart Sword Palace welcomed an unprecedented guest. Origin Clan's San Yi. Chunzong was secretly amazed. San Yi was ranked 23rd on the Heavenly General ranking. He was very powerful and had astonishing combat strength. Moreover, he was a prodigy of the Origin Clan and had never crossed paths with Chunzong. Why did he suddenly pay a visit? Although he didn't understand, since he had come to visit, Chunzong naturally wouldn't be rude. Greetings, senior brother San Yi. Chunzong saluted with his sword. Junior brother Chunzong, make a long story short. San Yi smiled. He didn't have any intention of exchanging pleasantries and directly explained the matter. Chunzong couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that killing a few disciples of the seven profound sword sect would cause such a thing to happen. It was normal for life and death in the battle in the divine aspect secret realm. It was a little too much for the seven profound sword sect to make such a big fuss. Of course, no one knew that the seven profound sword sect actually didn't make such a big fuss at the beginning, and it was only because Hao Ming had wasted a few years of time that it caused them to be slightly resentful and displeased. Moreover, they had to vent the resentment and displeasure that had accumulated in order to be able to feel carefree and unhindered, and it wouldn't affect their subsequent breakthroughs. Since he had to vent thoroughly. If his heart couldn't be carefree, then what was the point of cultivating? This was Hao Ming's path. After listening to San Yi's words, Chunzong muttered to himself, Junior brother Chunzong, this matter is related to you, so it's up to you to decide. San Yi smiled and said, to fight or to make peace, it's up to you. In other words, if Chunzong wanted to fight, then they would fight. They would gather the strength of the nine heavens imperial court, enter the divine aspect secret realm, charge out of the nine heavens pavilion, and fight to the death with the seven profound sword sect. However, if they wanted to make peace, then Chunzong would have to suffer. Senior brother San Yi, this matter started because of me, so I'll settle it myself. Chunzong only thought for a moment before he immediately made a decision and responded unhurriedly. Chunzong's tone was calm, and San Yi couldn't figure out what Chunzong meant. However, Chunzong said that he would settle it himself, which made San Yi frown and have a bad idea. Could it be that Chunzong was going to make peace? Although he was the one who would be humiliated, it was also related to the face of the nine heavens imperial court. Using the divine aspect secret order, Chunzong immediately chose his primordial spirit dharma form, entered the divine aspect secret realm, and appeared in the nine heavens pavilion. When he left previously, he left after entering the nine heavens pavilion. Now that he returned, he would appear in the nine heavens pavilion. Chunzong, since you're here, you can handle this matter yourself. An impatient disciple glared at him and shouted. Chunzong ignored him and walked out of the nine heavens pavilion. Guru A, who had just entered, also got up and followed Chunzong out. Senior brother Gu, this matter started because of me, so I'll settle it. If it can't be settled, it won't be too late for senior brother to help, Chunzong said to Guru A. Okay. Guru A looked deeply at Chunzong and nodded. Settle it yourself? How are you going to settle it? Go out and beg for death? The impatient disciple was furious when he saw that Chunzong didn't respond to him and instead boasted shamelessly that he would settle it himself. Chunzong had already walked to the entrance of the nine heavens pavilion. At the instant Chunzong appeared, the gazes of the 30+7 profound sword sect disciples focused over in unison. Every single gaze was like a sharp sword that was unsheathed, and it emitted an incomparably shocking sharpness. It's him, the first seven profound sword sect disciple, Wu Yuan, who was killed by Chunzong, immediately revealed a face full of anger and killing intent when he saw Chunzong. That's right, it's him. The other 7 profound sword sect disciples who were killed by Chunzong also roared. In an instant, more than 37 profound sword sect disciples erupted with terrifying and direct sword chi fluctuations, mixed with blazing killing intent, and blasted towards Chunzong. Especially Hao Ming. His eyes were like swords that seemed to be able to pierce through and tear apart everything. If looks could kill, Chunzong would probably have been dismembered into 1,000 pieces by now. However, under this extremely terrifying and frightening killing intent, Chunzong's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if he didn't notice it at all, or as if the extremely intense killing intent was just like a cool breeze brushing past his face. He took a step forward, stepped out of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, and directly faced the 30+7 profound sword sect disciples. Sword chi and killing intent transformed into a storm that whistled and roared as it swept in all directions, as if it wanted to destroy everything, causing one's heart to palpitate with fear. Baidu Search 81 Chinese Networko. No advertising message. Chapter 25:34. Step by step, the 27M tall figure walked out of the Nine Heavens Pavilion and walked towards the 30+7 profound sword sect disciples that had surging killing intent and sword chi that shot into the sky. The gazes of everyone were drawn over as well, and their gazes contained curiosity, bewilderment, guesses, and so on and so forth. What would he do? Although the 7 profound sword sect disciples had oppressive sword chi and surged baleful chi, and they wished for nothing more than to draw their swords and dismember Chunzong into 1,000 pieces, no one moved. They were all waiting for senior brother Hao Ming's order. I'm the one who killed the 7 profound sword sect disciples. Chunzong walked step by step out of the Nine Heavens Pavilion and walked step by step towards the 7 profound sword sect disciples. And as he spoke, his tone was like a calm and tranquil floating cloud, like a light and agile cool breeze. The one that seized the sword was also me. Chunzong's tone was light, but it also carried an indescribable power and rhythm. When people heard it, they couldn't help but concentrate and listen more carefully. This matter started with me, so it will end with me. Chunzong took another step forward and continued. Immediately, many people revealed a look of sudden realization. I thought there would be a fierce battle. I didn't expect that he's going to admit defeat. Nonsense. Although the Nine Heavens Imperial Court is very strong, there's still a gap between them and the 7 profound sword sect. Not to mention, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court is even weaker than the 7 profound sword sect in the divine aspect secret realm. Although we can't see a fierce battle, it's not bad to see a true disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court kneel and apologize to the 7 profound sword sect disciples. This person is Chunzong, ranked 49th on the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's Heavenly General ranking. Even if he wants to resist, he doesn't have the strength. Amidst the many secret discussions, Chunzong stopped in his tracks and faced the 7 profound sword sect disciples without fear. Kneel and offer the divine aspect heavenly sword. Wu Yuan took a step forward and said coldly, kneel and offer the divine aspect heavenly sword. The other 7 profound sword sect disciples who died under Chunzong's sword also took a step forward. Their momentum was shocking, and their sword auras surged. What'll he do? Under everyone's gaze, Chunzong's lips curled into a smile. I think you've misunderstood something. Chunzong had a trace of a smile on his face as he spoke unhurriedly, and his gaze swept past the faces of the 7 profound sword sect disciples. The sword is here, and so is my life. If you have the ability, then come take it yourself. The moment the last word was spoken, a shocking sword intent burst out and soared into the sky. Let's fight. All of a sudden, everyone was dumbfounded. It was unexpected. It was completely out of everyone's expectations. A person that was only ranked at the 49th position on the Heavenly General rankings actually dared face the 30+ disciples of the 7 profound sword sect by himself. Should it be said that his courage was extraordinary, or should it be said that he was ignorant? Good. Now that's the backbone of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's disciples. The short-tempered disciple instantly laughed. Guru A's expression remained unchanged, but there was a smile in his eyes. Although the human race wasn't considered a powerful race in the universe, the human race had the backbone of the human race. As a member of the human race and a prodigy of the Tao Alliance, he would rather die in battle than kneel and beg for mercy. Looks like you don't know who you're talking to. Hao Ming's eyes became increasingly cold, and an extremely shocking cold light shot out from his eyes, as if it was going to pierce through everything. It was extremely frightening. Senior brother, let us deal with this person. Immediately, a disciple of the Seven Profound Sword Sect volunteered. After receiving Hao Ming's approval, he instantly drew his sword, and an extremely shocking light condensed into a sword that directly pierced out. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. So fast, the Seven Profound Sword Sect's disciples' sword technique is indeed shocking. When the surrounding people saw that sword, they were instantly astonished. Hao Ming also stared at it. Although Chunzong had killed 4 disciples of the Seven Profound Sword Sect, he didn't suppress them. He only killed them after a fierce battle. And the person who attacked was even stronger than the 4 that Chunzong killed. Even if he wasn't a match for the other party, he could still put up a fight. That sword arrived in an instant, but Chunzong didn't seem to feel it, as if he couldn't dodge it. Die. A ruthless look flashed in the eyes of the Seven Profound Sword Sect's disciple who attacked, and the speed of his sword increased by 30% in an instant. Just as Chunzong was about to be pierced by that sword, Chunzong's figure flashed, and like a willow in the wind, he dodged by a hair's breadth. That sword light rushed forward and streaked past Chunzong's ear, as if it was going to tear Chunzong's ear apart, but it was just a hair's breadth away. The sword slashed out in an instant. It seemed to be an extremely simple sword move, but there was an indescribable profoundness to it. It was as if that seemingly simple mark had an indescribable profoundness. The sword light flashed past like a passing aurora, and the Seven Profound Sword Sect's disciple instantly swept past Chunzong's side and rushed forward. The divine image's body was rapidly fading and then dissipated. Only the essence of the divine image was left behind. He's dead. Insta-kill in 1 strike. Those who originally thought that Chunzong was too scared to react opened their eyes wide, and their eyeballs almost popped out. Not only were they shocked, but the Seven Profound Sword Sect's disciples and the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's disciples were also shocked. 1 strike. It was just 1 strike. It was simply inconceivable that Chunzong was insta-killed. Immediately after, Hao Ming's eyes shot out a terrifying murderous intent. A terrifying sword essence also exploded from his divine avatar's body. Sword runes quickly condensed, and each sword rune emitted a shocking coldness and sharpness. A total of 10 sword patterns condensed on Hao Ming's divine image's body, releasing a monstrous sword intent that was extremely shocking. As expected, it's 10 sword patterns. To be able to master the lesser extreme Tao pattern in the mortal realm of the divine image secret realm, he's indeed extraordinary. Everyone was amazed. In addition to the 10 sword patterns, 9 golden divine patterns condensed, and each golden divine pattern emitted a shocking murderous intent and sharpness. Those are the divine patterns of the great Tao of Gold. Immediately, the 9 golden divine patterns merged with the 9 sword patterns, becoming 9 divine patterns that emitted an even more powerful aura with shocking power. Great Tao Fusion. Chunzong couldn't help but be secretly surprised. 10 sword patterns. That was the lesser extreme Tao that had broken through the limit, and it was extraordinary. The Great Tao Fusion was also extraordinary. For the Heavenly Human Clan and the Demon Clan, it was relatively easier for them to fuse their Great Tao. However, it was only a little, and only a few people could do it. Even if they could, most of them were only at the initial stage of the fusion. An extremely shocking aura continuously gushed out from Hao Ming's divine image's body, as if it could pierce through and shatter everything. The extremely sharp murderous intent even spread in all directions. Under the sword intent, the terrifying murderous intent directly turned into an invisible sword and rushed towards Chunzong. "You go to die." Hao Ming's voice was extremely cold, and his murderous intent was extremely cold, as if it could freeze everything. The moment his voice fell, Hao Ming's divine image's body had already turned into a wisp of golden sword light and directly streaked across the sky, carrying with it an unparalleled murderous intent. This sword was many times stronger than the sword of the 7 profound sword sect disciple just now. Chunzong couldn't help but frown slightly. His eyes were focused to the extreme, and as the light flickered, his body also moved in an instant. With this move, Chunzong's sword patterns also appeared in an instant. There were a total of 10 sword patterns, and 9 of them merged with the 9 divine patterns of the Tao of Heart. The sharpness contained an indescribable spirit. 10 sword patterns, Great Tao Fusion. Is this person really ranked 49th on the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's Heavenly General ranking? If he's really only ranked 49th, the strength of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's Heavenly General ranking is too shocking. The spectators were all shocked. Everyone in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was the same. They were all very surprised. They never thought that Chunzong would have such strength. The golden sword light was extremely sharp and pierced through the air in an instant, as if it was going to tear everything apart. An unparalleled murderous intent erupted from it. In an instant, it was going to completely kill Chunzong and cut his divine image's body into pieces. However, wherever the golden sword light passed, Chunzong's divine image's body was like an illusion. It dodged in an instant and seemed to pass by. In an instant, the sword technique counterattacked. Heart sword technique. 7 profound sword technique. Hao Ming's 7 profound sword technique had been deduced to the level of Great Tao sword technique. Like Chunzong's heart sword technique, it was also at the beginner level. The 2 balls of sword light were incomparably dazzling and constantly collided. Under the golden sword light, they condensed into sword rings. Each golden sword ring was filled with an astonishing chill and sharpness. It was full of a murderous aura. Not only did it constantly oppress the center, but it also had a terrifying lethality. It brought a strong threat to Chunzong. Chunzong exerted the heart sword technique to the extreme, but he could clearly feel that his opponent's 7 profound sword technique was much more brilliant than the 7 profound sword sect disciples he had killed before. That was the difference between the realms. Facing Hao Ming, who was full of killing intent, Chunzong was not the slightest bit afraid. On the contrary, he was only pleasantly surprised. Only a powerful opponent could further stimulate one's potential and allow one to further excavate one's potential, break through one's limits, and improve to a stronger and higher level. This Hao Ming was undoubtedly a very good opponent, a whetstone for his sword. The power that burst out from the collision of the sword lights was extremely shocking. Countless sparks sputtered out, and every strand of sparks contained peerless power that made it impossible for others to approach. Even if the disciples of the 7 profound sword sect wanted to help, they couldn't find a chance to make a move. Gu Rui's eyes were fixed on Chunzong. Once Chunzong was in a situation where he could not defeat him, he might help. However, under his gaze, Chunzong did not show any signs of falling into a disadvantageous position. He was completely capable of contending with Hao Ming. Who was Hao Ming? Whether it was in the divine image secret realm or the 9th heaven universe, Hao Ming was very famous. He was a top expert at the divine general realm. His swordsmanship was very terrifying. Even Gu Rui was not sure if he could defeat him. Every sword light contained an extremely terrifying power that could kill everything in its path. However, gradually, Hao Ming found that his opponent seemed to be getting calmer. His swordsmanship seemed to be improving. However, that was not the case. It was Chunzong who gradually understood the mysteries of Hao Ming's swordsmanship and gradually took control of the rhythm. First, sensing this, Hao Ming did not hesitate to burst out and displayed the tyrannical 7 profound Ao Wu. Chapter 25:35. Impossible. How can senior brother Hao Ming be at a disadvantage? Although the disciples of the 7 profound sword sect were not as strong as Hao Ming and Chunzong, they had good eyesight. The sword light flickered and was extremely dazzling. It was like a ray of light piercing through the clouds. The might of this sword was enough to make people feel extremely shocked. It was a top 9th order Ao Wu. Chunzong did not hesitate and slashed down with his sword. The sword energy was dark green and extremely domineering. Divine Wind Slash. Chunzong began to gain the upper hand in the battle of swordsmanship. Hao Ming also realized this and made a prompt decision to not give Chunzong a chance to suppress him. He decisively used the Ao Wu and wanted to win with the Ao Wu. The sword light of the second sword flashed. In an instant, it turned into specks of spinning starlight, like twinkling stars. Every speck of starlight, and every star was formed by a strand of sword chi, containing an incomparably shocking sharpness. In an instant, it broke through the air and attacked. The sword energy was vast and mighty like stars, drowning Chunzong. This sword had already surpassed the 9th level of profound martial arts. It had stepped into the 10th level and was known as the low extreme profound martial arts. It was not without reason that Hao Ming could dominate the 7 profound sword sect. Apart from the fact that his godly image body had not broken through the limit and advanced to the low realm, his sword principle and Ao Wu had truly stepped into the low realm. His strength was extremely terrifying. The deep blue sword light suddenly flickered, turning into a heavenly river that poured down in torrents. In an instant, it erupted with an extremely shocking power, as if a long river of heaven had fallen from the sky. It was mighty and shocking to the extreme. Heavenly river collapse. When Chunzong condensed the 10th sword pattern, the power of the heavenly river sword had also increased to a certain extent. It became even more tyrannical. The specks of stars were immediately scattered by the deep blue heavenly river sword chi. The heavenly river sword chi was also weakened a lot. However, there was still a part of it that rushed towards Hao Ming. The power of the heavenly river sword chi made Hao Ming's expression turn serious. Immediately, the sword in Hao Ming's hand trembled. A ball of blazing red aura instantly erupted. It was incomparably hot and seemed to be burning in all directions. It was also a godly image heavenly sword. The sword suddenly slashed down. Vaguely, it seemed like a volcano was erupting. A blazing magma flood rushed out and blasted towards the heavenly river sword chi. It was as if fire and water had collided, causing a heaven-shaking explosion. Countless auras blasted out, turning into shocking arcs of lightning that blasted out in all directions. The spectators could not help but retreat to avoid being caught in the shock waves, and the ground around them continuously shattered. 7 profound. In an instant, Hao Ming's expression became serious. The blade of the sword was red and scorching hot. The power within it was constantly being drawn out and filled the sword. His own power also poured into it in an instant. Gold and red intertwined, turning into a pure gold. The pure gold was dazzling, but it was also filled with an astonishing power. It was as if it could destroy everything. The murderous intent within it was frightening. Brother Hao Ming's. It has appeared. The disciples of the 7 profound sword sect were all excited. Soul-stealing. Hao Ming's expression was extremely cold. Those 2 words were filled with a bone-chilling coldness that went straight to the bone marrow and straight to the soul. Monstrous killing intent burst out in an instant and converged in an instant. It was all integrated into the sword, causing the heavenly river sword's heavenly river sword to be dyed scarlet. Chunzong felt his heart palpitate for no reason. It was as if he would be pierced by the sword in the next breath and his life would be taken away. This feeling made Chunzong feel horrified. There was no time to think. Hao Ming's sword had already stabbed out. It seemed to directly pierce through space, bringing with it an unparalleled killing intent. It also seemed like the soul-stealing claws of a demon king from the depths of hell. When the sword slashed out, it caused the spectators to involuntarily tremble. Those who were not as strong as Hao Ming could not help but feel a sense of death approaching them. Even those whose strength was comparable to Hao Ming's had a solemn expression. It's a divine will attack. When the sword struck out, the soul-stealing feeling intensified in an instant. When the impact came, Chunzong immediately reacted. Hao Ming's divine will was indeed very strong. Otherwise, he would not have dared to cultivate a divine will attack. It would have been a waste of time. Unfortunately, Chunzong could see that his opponent's divine will was only at the first level. It had not reached the second level and derived the radiance of divine will. In just an instant, the sword struck. The power of divine will within it directly rushed into Chunzong's spirit sea and directly attacked Chunzong's spiritual will. Divine will attacks were extremely difficult to dodge. They could only be blocked. Seeing that Chunzong was hit, the corners of Hao Ming's mouth curled into a ferocious smile. His soul-stealing sword was a divine will attack. It could cause the phenomenon of death, frighten people, and damage one's divine will. However, not only did Chunzong block the sword with his sword, his expression did not change in the slightest. His divine will attack was like a stone falling into the sea, silently disappearing. Take one of my attacks, too. Chunzong's eyes shone with a divine radiance. His entire body suddenly emitted a chilly aura. The aura was as cold as the cold wind at night. When people saw it, they could not help but tighten their robes, as if only by doing so would they not be invaded by the chill. A night of wind and rain in the little tower. Chunzong's voice rang out at the same time. At that moment, everyone seemed to see a scholar reciting an ancient poem with one hand behind his back and the other holding a scroll. The artistic conception was extraordinary. As the voice fell, Chunzong's sword, which carried a deep blue and transparent radiance, instantly pierced through the air. The sword radiance unfolded like a picture scroll. In the darkness, a small tower seemed to be faintly visible. In the night wind blew and drizzled. Hao Ming's expression could not help but change. This was also a divine will attack, and it seemed to be even stronger than his own. Unable to dodge, Hao Ming immediately circulated his divine will to resist, but in that instant, his divine will was actually suppressed, and he was forced to retreat step by step. In the next breath, Hao Ming felt everything in front of him becoming blurry. It was as if he saw a small building in the darkness of the night. Outside that building, the night wind was chilly, and the drizzle was chilly. Oh no! Hao Ming instantly knew that he had been hit. His opponent's divine will attack was stronger than he had imagined. His divine will erupted in an instant. This kind of outburst was an overdraft. It was an outburst that would cause some damage to his divine will. However, this was the only way to get rid of this effect in an instant. As expected, when Hao Ming recovered in an instant, Chunzong's sword came for him again. The sword radiance was extremely fast. Retreat. Dodge. Swing the sword. Hao Ming was still hit by the sword. One of his divine image's arms was cut off. Set up the formation. Hao Ming's expression changed greatly. He did not stop at all and continued to retreat at high speed. At the same time, he roared at the top of his lungs. The 30 or so 7 profound sword sect disciples who were originally in a state of shock immediately woke up. As if by instinct, they moved their feet in an instant and walked out of a strange position. In just an instant, they surrounded Chunzong. It just so happened that there were 36 7 profound sword sect disciples aside from Hao Ming. 36 divine images were scattered around, and each of them had their own positions. It seemed a little chaotic, but there was also an indescribable wonder. Shortly after, the divine images of the 36 7 profound sword sect disciples quickly moved. With long swords in their hands, they attacked with sword after sword. Sword radiance intertwined. They were all using the 7 profound sword technique. Every sword seemed to be aimed at Chunzong, but also seemed to not be aimed at Chunzong. The sword radiance constantly intertwined, forming sword rings. These sword rings were also intertwining and fusing with each other, forming a bigger and stronger sword ring. That is 7 profound dragon lock formation. It's actually the 7 profound sword sect's 7 profound dragon lock formation. Apart from Hao Ming, there are 36 other disciples. As expected, the 7 profound sword sect came prepared. The 7 profound dragon lock formation requires 36 people with the same cultivation base to activate. The 7 profound sword sect had no intention of reconciling from the beginning. On the side of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, each and every one of them had an extremely solemn expression. Gu Rui's expression was solemn as he stared at Chunzong, who was trapped in the 7 profound dragon lock formation and was being attacked by sword rings. Shortly after, he clenched his fists, and the forearms of his divine image body swelled up in an instant. Especially his 10 fingers and palms, they were filled with a strong bronze color, as if they had turned into bronze palms. They were filled with an astonishing aura of power and had an indestructible and heavy divine might. Boom! Gu Rui made his move in an instant. His fist tore through the air as if a meteorite was bombarding from the sky. It carried a terrifying might that could destroy everything and directly blasted towards one of the 7 profound sword sect disciples. The power of this fist was extremely terrifying, but when it arrived, only a sword ring flew through the air and directly blasted towards Gu Rui's fist. It wrapped around Gu Rui's arm and rapidly shrunk, as if it wanted to wrap around Gu Rui's arm. Gu Rui's other fist also shattered. After shattering the sword ring, his fist became berserk, like a storm, continuous and unending, directly transforming into a long river of fist energy that surged endlessly. It was mighty and incomparably violent, like a flood that broke through a dam, unstoppable. Boom, boom, boom. The 7 profound sword sect disciples had no choice but to control the sword rings to break through the air and attack, to resist Gu Rui's attack. Hao Ming, however, did not make a move. The impact of the divine intent explosion just now was very strong on him, and he would feel weak for a short period of time. Moreover, the severed arm of his divine image body also affected his strength. Although it could be regenerated, it would consume the essence of his strength, causing his strength to be slightly weakened. All in all, Hao Ming's strength had decreased a lot now. At most, it was only 50% of his peak. Attack! San Yi immediately shouted in a deep voice. In an instant, several 9 Heavens Imperial Court disciples erupted one after another, directly releasing tyrannical power to attack the 7 profound dragon lock formation. Although Chunzong said that he would settle this battle, it would be fine if they were not here. However, they were all here. Seeing that Chunzong had fallen into the 7 profound sword sect's 7 profound dragon lock formation and was already at a disadvantage. If they still did not make a move, Chunzong would very likely be killed. Death here was not real death, but it was also not a good thing. If word got out, it would be detrimental to the reputation of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Whether it was for the sake of the prestige of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court or for the sake of being disciples of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, they had to make a move. Otherwise, they would only be laughed at. Baidu searching 81 Chinese Network O. No advertising message that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.